good old Union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Kentucky to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio studios in Huntsville, Alabama, this is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator, Adam Keller. Today on the program, we talked to Dr. Joe Reed, the chair of the Minority Caucus in the Alabama Democratic Party, about the state of the party. We have some reactions, and we will take your calls. I'm really interested in what folks from Alabama think about the interview and think about the state of the party and what is next for pro-worker politics in Alabama. Is it working within the Democratic Party, or is it something different? Tell us your thoughts at 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Just a reminder, that phone number is open throughout the week. You can leave us a voicemail anytime, and we might respond to the message on the next show. Just a reminder, if you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online, in particular at our website, TVLR.fm. But we are also on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at The Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so if you want to become a sustaining donor to the program or make a one-time donation, you can go to TVLR.fm/donate or Patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report. We got a bunch of cool merch for sale at TVLR.fm/store. We have our logo dad caps, and pre-orders are open for our union-made matchbooks. I just talked to the manufacturer. The matchbooks should be in to my house next week. That's when we're anticipating getting those in, and at that point, we will be. I will be personally shipping them off to people who have either purchased them or got them as a prize, as a gift during our fundraiser. We also have T-shirts that say "Unionize." You can place your pre-order for those as well at tvlr.fm/store. Those are going to take a little bit longer. The manufacturer ran out of the red shirts that we were going to use, but they have another order of, like another big order of red shirts coming in the new year that they're going to throw ours onto. So the unionized T-shirts look like they're going to be coming in February. So I'll send out an email to everybody that bought one, but just for folks who are listening now so that you have kind of an idea of the timeline. And we will be shipping, stickers and hats out to people who got those as gifts during the fundraiser for your donations prior to getting the matchbook and the T-shirt, just because we want to go ahead and get those out the door so you're getting some of the stuff. Finally, if you're a member of a union, then think about getting your local or state council or national union to sponsor the show. You can reach out to us for more details on that at tvlr.fm/contact.
All right, y'all. Let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, WMMT, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. And as most of you know, we are not media professionals, just a few diehard unionists who want to amplify the voices of the working class here in the American South. We're hoping this project can make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. So we want to thank everyone for tuning in, whether you're a loyal fan or first-time listener. We appreciate you spending some time with us. And thanks to the studio crew, Ben, Jeff, and Jacob, everybody who is helping to get us on the air today. I'm having to call in remotely. My daughter is sick, but appreciate all the support. So excited about today's episode.
Yes, and excited to be back after our critical failure last week. Some squirrels ate through the power line to our studio. So the whole thing was down, and so we had to push out some pre-tapes, some of our old reruns last week. So sorry about that, folks. But because this is also now the last week before we go on our Christmas break, which is very unfortunate because now it's going to be like only 1 out of 4 weeks in a row we're going to be live, because the next 2 weeks we're going to be pre-taped. But we do have some brand new content. It's not all just reruns for the next 2 weeks. But because of that, we are going extra long today. We're going to be doing a double overtime, so we're anticipating like a 4.5 or 5 hour show, something like that. So definitely want to make some time for calls and see what y'all are thinking about. I see Quirky Geek Girl in the chat from Toronto talked about the postal workers getting the shaft. I'm assuming that she is meaning in Canada, where postal workers have been on strike for some time, but I haven't checked in on that story in about a week or so. So if she would like to call in later in the show, I'd be interested in. I would be interested in her calling in and giving us the lowdown on that. We have also in the chat, you are salty, a letter carrier, talking about the contract. I will say that we are going to be spending a significant amount of time, or making a significant amount of time for calls about the NALC contract, and also interested in hearing in hearing reactions to Trump's repeating his interest in privatizing the Postal Service. People who regularly listen to the show know that we talked about him wanting to privatize the Postal Service. Back in 2018, he released a plan from the White House's Office of Management and Budget to privatize the Postal Service, and he has reiterated his support for that idea. So interested in what letter carriers and other postal workers think about that. We will be talking about that later in the show, approximately 11:30 or noon. So the first hour and a half is going to be pretty Alabama heavy because we have this Dr. Joe Reed interview. I'll give you some background on that before we get to it, but definitely really Alabama heavy stuff here. And then in double overtime, we are going to be having, and so that's going to start approximately noon 30 Central. We're going to be having Dave K, who is the National Organizing Director for the American Federation of Government Employees, talking about the coming attacks on federal workers and how federal workers are going to be responding to it. And we also have a pre-taped conversation with Alex Press, an award-winning labor journalist from New York, staff writer at Jacobin Magazine, about the Amazon strike that is going across the country this week. And so, folks, we've got just boo-coo stuff, okay? The show is filled to the brim. And we also, we're going to be recording another conversation with Alex tomorrow that will be airing over the break, talking about the year in review in 2024 and what she's kind of anticipating over the next year. Also going to be talking about, I think, with Minion Death Cult responding to some comments on our YouTube channel that are fun. Minion Death Cult is a fun podcast. And so, yeah, folks, we've got and I haven't even told you everything that we've got lined up. We got all sorts of stuff lined up to talk about. So we're just going to go right into last week in Southern Labor, and then we're going to go to a break, and then we'll play our interview with Joe Reed. All right. So here's what workers in the U.S. South were up to from December the 6th to the 20th. It's the last 2 weeks because we were not on the air last week. So 19 workers at Vestas, a uniform company in Vinton, Virginia, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters, Local 171. 5 workers at Chase, Carson, and White LLC, a project management company in Spring Lake, North Carolina, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Industrial Technical Professional Employees Union, ITPEU, OPEIU, an OPEIU affiliate, Local 4873, as did 3 workers at another location in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. 9 workers at OQ Chemical in Bay City, Texas, filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Union of Operating Engineers, IUOE, Local 564. 14 workers at PetSmart in Florissant, Missouri, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters, Local 688. Workers likely pushed by their employer filed a petition to decertify the United Steelworkers, USW, Local 834-01, as the union representing 9 workers at Earl M. Jurgensen Company, a metal distributor and processor in Orlando, Florida. Workers at Prime Flight Aviation Services in Orlando, Puerto Rico, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Transport Workers of America, TWU. Workers at United Pacific in St. Louis, Missouri, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters, Local 618. Workers at Joe Hudson's Collision Center in St. Robert, Missouri, filed a petition to hold a union election with an unnamed union. The NLRB website was all sorts of messed up, so some of the stuff from this week does not have the complete information. 120 workers at Titan Concrete in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, filed a petition to hold a union election with an unnamed union. 14 workers at Standard Iron and Steel in Webb City, Missouri, filed a petition to hold a union election with an unnamed union. In election results, graduate workers at Vanderbilt, this is going to be a big story over the next 4 years, withdrew their petition for a union election with the United Auto Workers, UAW, after a judge ruled against the NLRB's election proceedings. Also, the workers say, fearing potential rulings from a future Trump National Labor Relations Board. The new landscape under a second Trump administration is foreboding for the newly burgeoning graduate worker union movement, where over the last 2 or 3 years, some 50 to 70,000 graduate workers at colleges across the country have unionized. 18 workers at Starbucks in Roswell, Georgia, voted unanimously in favor of unionization with Starbucks Workers United. 69 workers at Evergreen Shipping Agency in Dallas, Texas, voted 49-17 in favor of unionization with the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, ILWU, Local 63. 306 workers at Logan Regional Medical Center in Logan, West Virginia, voted 185-35 in favor of unionization with the United Steelworkers. 38 workers at Compass Connections in Harlingen, Texas, voted 29-8 in favor of unionization with the Teamsters, Local 657. 350 workers at UNFI in Atlanta, Georgia, filed a petition to hold a union election with the National Employees International Union and then withdrew the petition in the same week, presumably because they said that union's name is fishy as hell. In settlements, grievances, and unfair labor practices, the American Guild of Musical Artists, AGMA, secured a settlement on behalf of its members, wrongfully terminated dancers at Dallas Black Dance Theater in Dallas, Texas, of approximately $500,000 for the affected workers and more. The union continues to negotiate for a first contract with the company. The Department of Labor secured a settlement with Amazon requiring the company to develop plans to address ergonomic issues at its facilities and pay a penalty of $145,000 for previous citations in that area. In strikes and bargaining updates, members of the National Association of Letter Carriers are voting on their tentative agreement with the Postal Service. December 20th was the first day to request a duplicate ballot if something happened to your first ballot, and you can call 202-393-0614 to request that, or to request an initial ballot if you had not received one by the 19th. Teamsters Local 767 at Danone Dairy in Fort Worth, Texas, are holding practice pickets, demanding a strong contract from the international food conglomerate. From the Teamsters press release, the employer is fighting workers over hours of work, forced overtime, safety standards, pay raises, improved health care, and the length of the agreement. Danone North America amassed more than $1.7 billion in sales revenue in the third quarter, with much of that wealth generated by Dannon yogurt, made by the Teamsters. Pilots at Allegiant Airlines, unionized with the Teamsters Local 2118, held practice pickets in Iowa and Florida. The 1,300 pilots previously voted by 97.4% to authorize a strike. An Orlando, Florida restaurant informed its workers on 8 p.m. at 8 p.m. on Monday night via email that the restaurant would not be opening the following day and that they were all jobless, as is common in the restaurant industry. Following the Machinists Union's win at Boeing in the Pacific Northwest, where workers received a 40% raise over the next 4 years, workers at the company's South Carolina non-union plant also secured an immediate 9% raise and a $12,000 retention bonus, illustrating the value of unionization not just to members, but to the entire industry. The United Auto Workers, UAW, secured a neutrality agreement from Rivian, which was key for the company to receive a $6.6 billion subsidy from the federal government. However, it only kicks in if the company becomes profitable. Donald Trump appears to be prepared to violate collective bargaining agreements that agencies have made with their workers, particularly around telework, vowing to fire workers who don't come into the office. After workers at Merson in Columbia, Tennessee, won a union election with the CWA's industrial division, the company hired Jackson Lewis, a notorious union-busting law firm. Shortly after, on November 25th, the company laid off 80% of its staff. On December 15th, the company announced that layoffs of 25% of the workforce would be permanent. This, coupled with the increased hiring of temporary workers, illustrates that the decisions are aimed at union busting, not economics. The union is calling on elected officials to hold the company accountable and revoke the $500,000 in tax incentives from the company if they continue breaking the law. Piedmont passenger service and ramp workers are picketing the company at locations across the country, including in Washington, D.C. and Norfolk, Virginia, for a fair contract. Despite bargaining with the union, Communication Workers of America, for over a year, the company has not agreed to a satisfactory term on wages or health care, and many workers at the company rely on government assistance. Teamsters went on strike at 7 Amazon locations across the country this week, the largest work stoppage against Amazon in the company's history. The struck locations include Atlanta in the South, and the union extended pickets across the country, including here in Huntsville, where I was on the picket line yesterday, stopping and delaying shipments from union logistics companies like UPS. Starbucks workers have begun to strike nationwide as well, adopting the UAW tactic of starting at a few locations and spreading across the country. The Scottsboro, Alabama location will strike on Christmas Eve. United Airlines flight attendants, unionized with the Association of Flight Attendants, AFA-CWA, engaged in informational picketing last weekend as the company continues to delay on coming to a fair contract. Members of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union in Louisa, Kentucky, ratified a new contract with 10% raises and a $1,500 signing bonus, and bringing in contracted work. In political and legislative updates, Trump is again proposing privatization of the Postal Service, something his first administration also proposed. Last year, the Alabama legislature eliminated the state income tax on overtime wages. This has apparently cost more than was anticipated, according to the Senate budget chair, and they are trying to lay the groundwork to reinstate this tax on working people instead of getting needed revenue from the rich. A couple of tests for Democrats are emerging after the election. One is the DNC race, where the AFL-CIO has put out a set of principles that the future chair should abide by, centering the economy, connections to working people, and an all-state, all-year organizing approach. Ben Wickler from Wisconsin seems most likely to fit the bill. The other test, which has now been resolved, was over the ranking position on the Oversight Committee, where AOC was gunning for the top Democratic spot, saying that she would aim not only to engage in political oversight, but lead with economic oversight, targeting corporations. Nancy Pelosi intervened on behalf of septuagenarian Jerry Connolly, who has throat cancer, and he was elected. Insane. Following the killing of the United Health Insurance CEO, a bill was introduced in the U.S. Senate to break up United Health, CVS, and Cigna by forcing insurers to sell pharmacy businesses. A judge blocked the merger of Kroger and Albertsons in a big win for Alina Khan, even as Trump has just announced that he will fire her and replace her with a pro-corporate, anti-woke ideologue. Quickly following this win, the FTC filed a lawsuit against Southern Glazers, a large wine and spirit distributor, alleging that they overcharge smaller independent businesses relative to large chains. This lawsuit will presumably be dropped by the future Trump FTC chair. 20-plus unions have formed the Fairfax Jobs Coalition in Fairfax, Virginia, in support of an entertainment district in Northern Virginia that would include a convention center, concert venue, hotel, restaurants, retail, workforce housing, and casino, because this project offers the prospect of good union jobs. In an unprecedented move, the developer has signed agreements with labor that could mean more than 5,000 union jobs in the county. A labor peace agreement gives more than 3,000 permanent service, hospitality, and retail workers the right to unionize, and a project labor agreement covers 2,000 construction jobs through which residents can gain lifelong careers with union apprenticeships. A coalition of business owners are trying to overturn the will of voters in Missouri and strike down a citizen-approved minimum wage increase in the courts. The American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, opposes the elimination of the Department of Education, where it represents some 3,000 workers, citing the critical work their members at the department do, like administration of the Head Start program and providing professional development for educators and more. This, as the American Federation of Teachers, AFT, demurred on the question, saying that their union doesn't care about the existence of the department so long as the money gets to communities. A North Dakota judge issued a ruling keeping undocumented immigrants in 19 states, including Alabama, from utilizing the Affordable Care Act marketplace. I believe that decision has been stayed, if I'm remembering right. Legislation that would, quote, establish appropriate limits on federally compelled disclosure of information obtained as part of engaging in journalism, unquote, and would also limit federal law enforcement surveillance of journalists, was killed in the U.S. Senate by Senator Tom Cotton. Factions within the Alabama Democratic Party continue infighting, with former U.S. Senator Doug Jones saying that the current leadership doesn't have a plan and needs to be voted out, with the current leadership retorting that no one has ever had a plan, so there. The U.S. Senate, including supposedly pro-worker J.D. Vance and Josh Hawley, voted against reconfirming Lauren McFerrin to the NLRB, giving Trump the ability to appoint a majority to the board once he takes office. The 38th state ratified the Equal Rights Amendment, which would give women the same rights as men under the U.S. Constitution, and labor union women are calling on Biden to certify and publish the amendment to the Constitution. In internal union affairs, from the Kansas City Star, a former officer of the Kansas City-based International Brotherhood of Boilermakers has pleaded guilty to a racketeering conspiracy in an alleged $20 million embezzlement scheme involving union funds. The union's current leadership say they are turning the page on the corruption. If we missed anything, let us know about your union updates at tvlr.fm/contact, and we'll try to include it in next week's roundup. We're going to take a break, and we will be right back with our interview with Alabama Democratic Conference Chairman Dr. Joe Reed.
Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855 617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law, the name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth should go to labor, and you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller. Although he is not in the studio, he's zooming in from his home because I banned him from the studio so he wouldn't get me sick. His little daughter has a cold, so didn't want him getting me sick before the holidays, so appreciate him making the sacrifice and staying home. I know that was very hard for him, but appreciate everybody for tuning in. We have some 50 people watching us on the YouTube stream now, but only like 20 people have liked the stream, so that's crazy. Let's get those numbers up. If you haven't liked the stream, go ahead and do that. Mel and Joe in the Facebook chat, as always, thanks for hanging out with us. Stand with Letter Carriers also in the Facebook chat. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Looks like on the Canadian postal strike, they had a back to work order. So that is a big old bummer. Big old bummer. Hate to hear that. Let's talk about this. Another. I told you it was going to be an Alabama heavy show today, but there's this issue that's going to be coming up in the legislative session that I feel like is illustrative of some dynamics in the state. So last year, Anthony Daniels, and then after this we'll play the Joe Reed interview. Last year, Anthony Daniels, a Democrat in the state house, the minority leader in the state house, put forward a bill that eliminated taxes on overtime wages for workers in the state of Alabama. We actually, Adam and I, got some flack for our position on that, which was that we weren't super excited about it, just because of, kind of the general, generally, we do not want to incentivize the working of hours more than 40 in a work week. We actually, what we would want to do is punish employers who make it such that their employees need to work over 40 hours in a work week. That's what we would want to do, which is why we support overtime, which was introduced not as really a benefit for employees who work 50 hours in a week, although it does redound to the benefit of employees who work 50 hours in a week, but it is meant as a punishment for employers. They're saying, look, if you're going to make somebody work 45 hours in a work week instead of, or if you're going to make 4 people all work 50 hours a week instead of hiring a 6th person and everybody can only work 40 hours in a week, then we're going to punish you for that. And you're going to have to pay time and a half of what you pay during the first 40 hours, right? That's a punishment. And so we don't like to kind of incentivize the working of more than 40 hours in a week because we think it's bad for society. We think it's bad for our families if people are not able to be home. So we think it's bad. So, but also we did say, which I think some people maybe didn't hear last year when we were talking about this, we did say that, look, if we were in the legislature, we would probably vote for it if it came up, right? Just because, look, so many people get tax cuts in Alabama. Why not give tax cuts to people who work really hard? Okay. That's fine, I guess. And so that happened. It did. That happened. The legislature passed it. The governor signed it. And now, for now, wages are not taxed on hours worked over 40 in a work week. And this was a temporary provision because it was not clear exactly how much this would cost. The money is coming from the Education Trust Fund. And it was slated to sunset in June of 2025, and now the budget chair in the state Senate is making the radio rounds, trying to lay the groundwork for the revocation of this tax cut for working people, because he says that it looks like, and the numbers are not clear exactly, but it looks like it is costing a lot more than it was initially anticipated. So the initial estimate was like $40 million it would take out of the Education Trust Fund. And now apparently there's an estimate coming out that it took $230 million out of the Education Trust Fund in just 9 months. That's what one party is saying. But Anthony Daniels is saying that he has numbers that say that actually the and I have difficulty buying this because it sounds so it sounds difficult to imagine, but he says that the growth that was spurred by the tax cut has actually somehow increased revenue, and actually it hasn't lost revenue at all. It has increased revenue because it's put more money in the pockets of people who work more than 40 hours a week, and they're spending it in the economy, and so generally somehow the money is coming back. I'm not so sure that I buy that, frankly, but also even Senator Orr, who is the Senate budget chair, is said that the $230 million sounds like too much. So there's some confusion on the numbers, but he's like kind of running around and trying to lay the groundwork for not doing anything and allowing this tax cut to sunset. And in these conversations, when we're talking about things that are pulling money out of the Education Trust Fund, he only ever talks about this overtime tax cut. He does not talk about the school choice bill that came through that is sucking a minimum of $100 million a year out of the Education Trust Fund to people who are sending their kids to private school. And now for the first year, there's an income cap on it. So you're only eligible for it if you make less than a certain amount of dollars. I can't remember, but it's not too high, so it's not going to wealthy people just yet. But after the first or second year, the income cap is completely removed, and anybody who sends their children to private school will be able to get $7,000 per year per child from the Education Trust Fund to send their kids to private school, right? And so this is obviously a huge suck from the Education Trust Fund that is not being talked about. And so if we're talking about we need to raise money for the Education Trust Fund, what we should be doing is eliminating what will in effect and ultimately be a tax cut, a tax benefit for the wealthy in the terms of the school choice bill, that is going to be a tax cut for the wealthy, because in states where you have these universal school choice programs where anybody can get a voucher to send their kids to private schools, something like 80% of the recipients have incomes in like the top 5% in the state. Or so. It's ridiculous. It is insane. And so the idea that normal median salary making working Alabamians should be paying millionaires to send their kids to a private school, and then we should revoke this tax cut on overtime wages, is just absolutely ludicrous. But Adam, we've said you work for Alabama Arise. You're an organizer for Alabama Arise. It's a nonprofit progressive advocacy organization. There are other ways that you can raise revenue for the Education Trust Fund besides, again, trying to take more money out of the pockets of normal working people. Can you talk to us about some of those proposals that Alabama Arise has had in the past, and some of your thoughts about this general conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the first thing I'll say is that I'm just speaking as an individual. I'm not speaking in any official role, but I do know for sure that Alabama Arise, among others, has proposed removing the federal income tax deduction in Alabama. And this is a tax break that really disproportionately benefits the wealthy. And it makes sense when you think about it, because Alabama's income taxes and the federal income taxes are pretty different. The federal income tax is much more progressive, as in, the more money you make, the higher the rates get. And so the majority of folks who are actually benefiting from being able to deduct their federal income taxes from Alabama's taxes are folks who are on the upper income scale. So this is a proposal that Arise and others have made for some time now. It's come up particularly when the discussions around removing the grocery sales tax. And that's something I definitely want to point out, and it's important context, which is Alabama's taxation system is unfair and inadequate, right? It doesn't raise enough revenue to sustain quality public services. For example, the state doesn't even invest in public transportation, like period, zero, right? And that's just an example. So we don't have enough money coming into the state of Alabama to have decent public services that would account for, even an average American quality of life. At the same time, the money that is raised is disproportionately on the backs of poor and working class Alabamians. We have a regressive tax structure. It relies heavily on sales taxes. It relies heavily on tax breaks to the wealthy and to corporations. So ordinary working people are taxed left and right, fines and fees and taxes on our groceries, taxes on our medicines. Whereas, wealthier families and certainly, the big corporations are able to enjoy all sorts of loopholes and incentives and advantages. So the federal income tax deduction, it is unfair. The median taxpayer in Alabama gets about $60 to $70 off of that. That's their benefit. The top 1% of taxpayers, so people who make over $1 million, they are benefiting from this loophole to the amount of about $12,000 to $13,000, right? So they don't need an extra $12,000 to $13,000, and that's money that absolutely could pay for this overtime tax. In fact, if you remove the federal income tax deduction from the Alabama tax code, you could not only pay for this revenue that's missing from the overtime tax, assuming, that that's the case, right? It could pay for the overtime tax cut. It could also pay to remove the rest of the grocery sales tax, because folks may remember a little bit has been removed, but there's still taxes on groceries. So if you remove the FIT, the federal income tax deduction, that would replace this revenue to the education trust fund, because that's a concern that I think a lot of us have had all along, including with this overtime tax cut, which is, of course, we want working people to be taxed less. We want a less regressive tax system for everyday people, working class folks. But at the same time, we don't want to gut our public schools in the process, right? Our public schools are already not funded adequately for the massive needs that we have in the state. So, we don't want to see a loss in important public school funding. But this is a way that certainly you could remove this tax break. You could raise, over $800 million was the estimate I saw. It would be more than enough to replace the revenue for our schools, both with the grocery tax and this overtime tax. But then, you think more broadly, and, there are so many different ways you could replace this revenue. Like you said, there are school choice programs that they have just installed, right? Like at the same legislative session.
Yes.
The same session, the very same session. So if you were concerned about this, you wouldn't have done that, right? So you could look at the school vouchers, not just the CHOOSE Act, but the Alabama Accountability Act. Look at how much we're giving away there. You could also look at these massive corporate incentive packages. If I recall correctly, the auto industry alone has benefited over $1 billion worth of incentives from the state of Alabama. And if you look at that education trust fund budget, if you actually go through it line by line, you can find plenty of pork that's coming out of that budget that's benefiting folks that I would argue shouldn't be benefiting from that money.
I mean, I think there was even one that was like some ETF money, some education trust fund money is paying for a water park in Montgomery or something like that. I mean, there's lots of stuff that you could go to before, again, trying to pull money out of the pockets of working people again. I'm sorry to cut you off. We do need to go ahead and go to the Dr. Reed interview so that we're able to get our reaction in before we wrap up this first half of the program. So there's our thoughts on reinstating the overtime tax on the income on overtime wages. We don't think that should happen, and we think that people who are doing it rather than doing literally anything else actually are not super interested in representing what's best for working people. So, continuing on with the Alabama theme, let's play this interview that we did with Dr. Joe Reed. For those of you who don't know, in Alabama, Dr. Joe Reed is the chair of the minority caucus in the Alabama Democratic Party. The caucus is called the Alabama Democratic Conference, and he has been chair of that conference for a long time and basically been probably the most influential Democrat in the state for the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years. It also has been very influential, really, frankly, for the last 50 years. We spent about 50 minutes in an interview with him, half of which we were talking about his time in the 60s and 70s in the Black Teachers Union in the state, and then in his position in the merged Black and White Teachers Union immediately after the merger. So there was some interesting conversation there that you're not going to be able to hear if you're just listening to us on the radio. We'll release the full interview later. We didn't have time to include the history portion on the radio, so make sure you find us on YouTube if you want to find that. But here is Dr. Joe Reed. Oh, and so he's been basically the leader of the Democrats for the last 10, 15, 20 years as the Democrats have completely lost all power. As recently as 2010, Democrats held both houses of Alabama's state legislature. And under Reed's leadership, now Republicans have a supermajority in both houses, all statewide offices, everything is Republican. And so we asked him about kind of the state of play and how or if Democrats can come back in the state. So here's what he had to say about that. So I'll go ahead and skip a couple of the questions that I had about some of the history, and we'll have to get you back on to talk some more about that. And we'll jump to today. I'm interested in how do you see the AEA's political strategy today? What are your thoughts on how they go about their their political program?
First of all, I'm retired. I've been retired some 13 years. So I'm not there every day. If AEA wants something from me, I will try to help. I think they're doing reasonably well. They got their problems. Paul Hubbard and I were kind of unique, and things were different. So overall, I commend and support and believe that the AEA is doing well. They didn't have the experience that we had when we came in. It was different rats in the barn. So here we are. But to answer your question precisely, I think they're doing fine. They're not as vocal as we used to be. The laws have changed, but they are doing good. They're holding the organization together. And I tip my hat to them and wish them well and support them. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah.
Talking about, you mentioned that you spend a lot of your volunteer time within the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
We know that the Alabama Democrats have gone now through multiple contested leadership fights. What do you feel like the role of a leader in the Democratic Party of Alabama is, in your view? And here I'm talking both about your role as chairman of the ADC. I mean, clearly that is a leadership role within the party generally, but also the role of the ADP chairman. What is the job description? What are they supposed to be doing, in your view?
Okay, let me see if I can put that together right quickly. What I want to mention is that political parties exist for the purpose of winning elections. That's all political parties. That's what they organize for. People organize, and people organize anything to achieve those goals together they cannot achieve alone. That's the whole purpose of people organize. So let's go to the Alabama Democratic Conference first. The Alabama Democratic Conference is a caucus of Black Democrats. The organization was founded in 1960. As we know, if they don't know, they're going to learn now, because I'm a school teacher by training, so I tend to teach as I go. What we're talking about now is that you talk about the Democratic Party, that used to be the part of the Confederacy. And that party was pretty much the part of the Confederacy until about 1940. Because we used to have what we call white primaries. Now, your granddaddy can talk to you about the white primaries. He'll know that's what it was, that only whites could vote in the Democratic primary. The Democratic primary was a part of the South. The Democratic Party was a party at that time that really fought to win the Civil War. The Democratic Party was a party that fought to keep blacks in subjugation. So that lasted until in the mid-40s, when the Democratic Party at one time was what we call had the white primary. What does it mean by white primary? Only white people could vote in the primary, with a few exceptions where some white got some black that was captured in the sense that he could control that person, but often get a black and they could vouch for him, and it gave the white man 2 votes, what it really did sometimes. But all of that happened. But then in 1944, 45, and 46, there was a case out of Texas called Smith versus Allwright. That particular case, then the Supreme Court ruled that whites could no longer restrict blacks from voting in the Democratic primary. So blacks started voting in the Democratic primary, but not a whole lot. Blacks didn't ever get the really right to vote until 1965, when Lyndon Johnson, 65, when Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. So, but the Alabama Democratic Congress was founded in 1960 for the purpose of trying to get political recognition and political attention on the part of black people. Our goal was, and it certainly is my goal, was to get blacks in every chamber of government in Alabama, and also to elect white people who would be sympathetic to black folk aspirations to help participate in the government. That was pretty much what it was. So now that happened, of course, in 1948, when Hubert Humphrey from Minnesota gave a civil rights speech. Yes, just a civil rights speech. In 1948, at the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia, when the South walked out and left the Humphrey's civil rights speech on the table. Now, what happened after that? We passed the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and that's where blacks really got the attention, started getting the attention of politicians. Now, you may or may not know, I guess you do, that in 1948, when the South walked out, in 1952, John Sparkman, the junior senator from Alabama, from Huntsville, what did he do? John Sparkman was on the ticket with Adams Stevens running for vice president of the United States for the Democratic Party in 1952. So, fast forward, we got the Voting Rights Act passed, and blacks started voting. Then along came a young fellow that the old blacks asked to run for chairman of the Alabama Democratic Conference. I am not a founder of the Alabama Democratic Conference. It was founded by other black leaders in 1960. Then I came along, and they asked me to chair the organization. And the reason they asked me to do it, they wanted to teach us about. I was with the Teachers Association at that time. I was the executive secretary of the Alabama State Teachers Association. And they asked me to head up the ADC because they wanted the teachers to identify with the civil rights movement. And we did. And of course, we worked. And as the Democratic Party identified more with civil rights, it had fewer and fewer whites supporting it. And as I said earlier, in 2008, Barack Obama was elected. And in 2010, that was the first election in Alabama that blacks, not black, but the first election in Alabama where after Obama was elected. Well, every white Democratic senator in Alabama was defeated. Obama was a Democratic nominee and got to be Democratic president. But for that, in 2010, white Democratic senator in Alabama was defeated, except one, and that was from Barber County, Billy Beasley, who ran in a black district, and he won. So that's what we have. And since that time, of course, we all identified and support the Democratic Party and support the things the Democratic Party for. I have said before, I'll say again, that one of the problems that, and I talked to somebody about that today, and that is what we have to do to let white voters know that the Democratic Party is for everybody and working folk at that. That has to be said, has to be done, and we have to show it. I've said, to use my term, white folks are catching hell too. And they got to know there's somebody out there fighting for them. And I think we have to all identify with that. It's kind of like the merger with the teachers of Alabama. When white teachers found that the AEA would fight for them, they found that I would file lawsuits for them, regardless, that they knew they could come to AEA and get relief, get support. They supported AEA. And the same thing would happen if the Democratic Party. We cannot let anybody think that the Democratic Party is just for only a certain group of folk. The Democratic Party is for everybody who's working and trying to make life better, make life safer, and make things good for all people, whites and blacks alike. And I think that's our biggest challenge in the front now.
I think that's really interesting. I've been reading some Alabama history recently, and I've been reading about Jim Folsom. And it's interesting that, Jim Folsom was elected in 1946 and then later in 1954 as somebody who was supportive of civil rights. I think he kind of wavered in some cases, but generally his most consistent stance was that he was in favor of it. And not only that, but he was also very supportive of unions and labor. There was one telephone strike that the telephone company, I can't remember the name of what it was at that time. I think it became part of AT&T, that they asked the governor to intervene with it. And he said, yeah, you know what? I think I will intervene. I will take over the company, have the state run it for the public good, and give the strikers everything that they ask for. That's what I would do if I intervened. Do you want me to do that, telephone company? And the telephone company said, no, obviously we don't want to be nationalized. So they resolved the strike, and I do not hear a lot of messages like that from Democrats today in Alabama very, very often. Maddox, Walt Maddox, when he ran for governor, Brandon Presley, when he ran for governor in Mississippi, they both were focusing on, Brandon Presley's first ad when he ran for governor in Mississippi was cutting a car in half to illustrate that he wanted to cut the car tag tax in half, right? And that is just not differentiating yourself enough, in my view, from the Republicans. If I care about low taxes, if I care about fighting for gun rights, if I care about abortion as a pro-life person, I'm going to vote for a Republican. I'm not going to vote for a Republican light as a Democrat. I'm going to vote for a Republican. And so, why is it that you think that in Alabama there hasn't been that? I'm fascinated that you said that, and connecting this, to Folsom's message of fighting for rural people and black folks and white folks and working people, and explicitly calling out the big mules, right? The people who run the state, the powerful, the wealthy elites. Why is that not something that we hear more from Democrats in your view?
Jim Folsom, in my opinion, was the best people governor the state has ever had, period. There's nobody close to him.
I agree.
But he didn't call blacks' rights civil rights. He talked about blacks' fair share democracy. That's what he favored it. Blacks getting their fair share democracy. And that's where Jim Folsom was, a very, very, very good governor. Now, your question is, why, not question, but you were saying that why others don't do it? Because they can't get elected. Mr. Hill said, what you got to get elected first. I watch how weak those Republican senators are in Washington now. They're weak as 500 because they don't worry about getting reelected. And the bottom line was, Jim Folsom had a way of explaining it to big man Junebug, Bub, and Cooter what he meant, and they understood it. Now, and plus Jim Folsom didn't really do a lot of things out there to advance his political career beyond Alabama. But he spent a lot of time. The big problem now is what we have now. We don't have enough white leaders telling white people, black folk ain't your enemy. Civil rights is not your enemy. Having a good meal is not your enemy. A better wage is not your enemy. Having everybody thriving, everybody doing good, helping each other, that's not your enemy. The enemy, those rich Republicans that we see being put in the position in Washington now. But nobody's telling white people that. And they got to hear from a white person. They can't hear from Joe Reed. They can't hear from they can't hear from me just only. They got to hear from white people who are telling them. I'm doing my memoir. And there's a section of my memoir I just read it last night that I've always said that because black folk want fairness, that black folk want fairness, there's no reason for white people to be threatened. There's no reason if black folk got the right to vote, the white folks are threatened. There's no reason if black folk get good jobs, that white folks are threatened.
Mm-hmm.
That the bottom line is that let all flowers bloom. Let us help each other. And I learned a lot that when we put the merger together between the Alabama State Teachers Association and Alabama Education Association, we spent a lot of time. I look back at it is almost insulting to each other. And that was, we spent a lot of time arguing a whole thing that didn't mean anything. And as soon as Paul Herbert and I got together, somebody said we threw out, paid no attention to it, locked up and said, what is it that really holds us together? And what is it that hurts us? And my favorite remark was in my farewell address, and many times on my way when I worked with the teachers of Alabama, I would tell white teachers and tell black teachers that there was one thing that can hurt us. There's one thing that can divide us, and that's race. If you let race get between us, we'll be weak. But keep race out of it, we'll win. And that's what we got to say to the people of Alabama. We don't have enough white leaders telling white folk that, look, you're not threatened because everybody prospers. You don't have to keep somebody else down for you to do good. Let all flowers bloom. And that's what I see as our big challenge now.
It's really the thing that you said about the White Teachers Association and the Black Teachers Association spent a lot of time throwing barbs at each other for some amount of time that ultimately were not helpful and ultimately not really relevant or meaningful to, you know, the lives of the rank and file teachers. And that is, as somebody who, you know, I don't consider myself a Democrat necessarily. I almost always vote for the Democrat. I'm a union member first and foremost. I'm a unionist. I spend my time in the labor movement. That's the thing that I'm committed to and I believe is going to make the most impact. But, you know, and so kind of from the outside looking in, I did spend some time in Democratic Party activisms, but kind of from the outside looking in to a certain extent, it feels to me like there are a couple of factions within the Democratic Party that are having that are throwing barbs at one another that are ultimately not really that meaningful, frankly, to me and to my life and to the life of working people. And I don't see really any attempt from either side to kind of reconcile and create a plan to build something better than the Democratic Party that Alabama has had for the last 15 to 20 years that can actually fight back against the Republican dominance that has taken over the state since 2010. You know, I mean, since 2010, Democrats we have very few Democrats running for office. There's a lower turnout. And, you know, aside from arguably a stretch from 2019 to 2022, I think that it's fair to say that you and your allies have had control of the party apparatus during that era.
You did one thing.
Yeah, well, really quickly, and I'll get to my question, and it's the last question. You know, during this era, during this era, you know, like I said, I think that you've been allied with people who've had control of the apparatus, and if people who had been over a record like that were coaches at Alabama or Auburn, their bases would be clamoring for them to be replaced, right? If we had and then I'll get to my the question's coming, I promise, and then this is the last question. Okay. I'll let you take it wherever you want. So why should Alabamians have faith in the continued leadership of Reverend Kelly and Dr. Reed at the Alabama Democratic Party, and what is the plan that y'all are going to have for the next few years to try to fight back against the Republican dominance, because it's been bad for working people. I think it's been very, very bad, and so why should we have faith in you, and what's the plan, I guess?
Well, I think it's a good question, and I'll give you a question. You got to first of all think about why the Democratic Party like it is now. Black folks didn't leave the Democratic Party. White folks left the Democratic Party. And when Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act in 1965, he said, I'm turning the South over to the Republicans. Lyndon Johnson heard it in 1965, and it started laughing. And the South started leaving the Democratic white people in the South started leaving the Democratic Party in 1948. And they started leaving. If you go back and look at the data will show you year after year, election after election, whites are shifting more to the Republican Party because the Republican Party is replacing the Democratic Party as the favorite party among white people because whites will left the party because of one prime thing, civil rights. When they left Philadelphia in 1948, it was for civil rights. So when you get that, I can tell you, nobody tells them about the Hill Bud Night. You know what that's about. You may not, but don't look it up. Then what about, that's Huntsville. Are you from Huntsville? Look at Huntsville. Everybody in Alabama now ought to go to Huntsville and go out there and go about John Sparkman's grave. He said, thank you, Senator Sparkman. Because Senator Sparkman laid the groundwork for everything in Huntsville, Alabama. We want the economic power, economic development, but it was white people who left the Democratic Party. And some of us, well, the Democratic Party left me. You still going to wages. You still going to segregation. Still going to discrimination. Yes, you got left. You got left because you weren't going any place, and therefore you lost. But it's the Republicans left, the blacks still in the Democratic Party. And as I said earlier, it's not going to be the black people. It's not going to be Randy Kelly and Joe Reed bringing white folk back to the Democratic Party. It's got to be white people telling whites to come back to the Democratic Party. Because the blacks still there. And the blacks are still there saying, thank you, Senator Hill, for the Hill Bud Night. Thank you, John Sparkman for Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you for the congresswoman, congress people, for the Black Warrior River and the project. All of those things. Those are thank you for the military bases. Those were the things that the guys brought back. I mean, the guys, I'm talking about the senator. That's why you got so many military bases in the South. Because they use our influence, so they knew that the South could benefit. But it's not the responsibility. It's my responsibility as chairman of the Alabama Democratic Conference is to keep blacks and try to keep them in the party. And they stay in the party because some young ones some are ready to leave. But the bottom line is not our responsibility, it's white leaders' responsibility to tell them why and how they ought to be Democrats and not Republicans. That's how that is. So it's not that. That's the reason. And Lyndon Johnson told us that in 1964.
I think that, I think that there's some truth to some of that. I guess I would be interested then in, do you feel like it's the chair, the role of the chair to try to engage with, as you see it, leaders in the white community to try to.
I gave a speech out in Baldwin County a few years back. It was about 60 people in the room. 2 blacks and about 58 whites. I spoke on why I'm a Democrat. Just the thing I just talked about. John Sparkman talked about the military bases, talked about Lister Hill and the Hill Bud Night, which set up hospitals all across this country. Talked about Lyndon Johnson, what he did, a Texas school teacher who did all the things he did. So I'm not going to go through all of those. But when I got through, folks came up to me as though I was Elvis Presley. And they came up to me and said, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. You know why? Because nobody was telling them. We don't tell them about the amount of money that even the Biden administration put in Alabama and how Alabama is benefiting as a result of the Democratic plan. Every Republican voted against it. So you get to have a ribbon cutting, what happened? Who showed up at the ribbon cutting? The Republicans who voted against it. And that's why. Because nobody's telling them. People are afraid to identify with it, but they're not afraid to benefit from it. They're afraid to identify with it. For what the Democratic Party has done and is doing. Aid education. Somebody want a grant. What do? We might write a proposal. I get somebody to give them one. And Richard Shelby, bless his heart, he brought more money back to Alabama than anybody could. He's on the Appropriations Committee. And Richard Shelby did a good job. He left the Democratic Party and went to the Republican Party. And I will say, yes, by him being chairman of that committee, he did a lot of good for the state of Alabama. And when, as Mayor Montgomery used to say, ain't nothing tainted about federal money, just taint enough of it.
Well, Dr. Reed, we've gone slightly past the time, a little over 30 minutes for the interview, but I appreciate your time. We'll have to get you back on. Lots more to talk about, both from the history side of it and the contemporary political scene. So appreciate you taking the time, and I'm sure we'll be talking again in the future.
I thank you very much for inviting me. You've been a kind host, and I appreciate it, and that I hope I've been helpful.
Appreciate it. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Ironworkers Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need ironworkers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer, and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs, from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at AFGE.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm Attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Since 1889, the National Association of Letter Carriers has protected the rights of city carriers as they deliver the mail and offer support for their community. The Alabama State Association of Letter Carriers makes their legislative voices heard when it comes to issues involving the U.S. Postal Service and the working members of the union. The National Association of Letter Carriers has been longtime supporters of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Stamp Out Hunger food drive. This message is sponsored by the Alabama Association of Letter Carriers. To learn more, visit nalc.org. All right, folks, we're back from the interview with Dr. Joe Reed. Wanted to record some of our thoughts while they were fresh on our mind. You know, like I told Dr. Reed, there were a lot of other things that I did want to ask him about. You know, about the history. I was interested in his perspective on teachers associations and unions. Like, are teachers associations unions? The current stance of the AEA is that they are not, or at least the AEA is not a union. I think properly understood, it should be a union. But I think that's kind of part of the problem in my view of the AEA. Additionally, I was interested in talking to him about the Walker County and Scottsboro teacher strikes in the 70s and 80s. And so maybe we'll be able to have him on later to talk about that. But more importantly, probably more importantly and more relevantly, there were a couple of things that we weren't able to ask about for, politically. And one of the questions that I had, or that we had was, why should somebody run for office as a Democrat instead of an independent? Adam mentioned to me that it seemed like there was a lot of kind of deflection and as far as the accountability of the leadership to kind of make things better. And so, Adam, I guess, what are your overview, like just general thoughts and reactions to what we just had with Dr. Reed, the conversation that we just had with Dr. Reed, and what are some of your responses to some of the things that he said?
Yeah, it was really interesting. He said some things that I think you and I wanted to hear in terms of organizing and a populist message of uniting white folks and black folks across Alabama. And that was really interesting because, that's not probably how a lot of folks would characterize his message. There's debate on whether he really is reinforcing that message in lived reality, in terms of, in his influence, is he pushing that kind of message? Because, let's be clear, he is probably the most influential Democrat in the state of Alabama during your entire lifetime, and probably my entire lifetime, right? I'm 35. The ADC gained significant influence within the Alabama Democratic Party as a result of a lawsuit, I believe, in 1990. And so, since then, he has been able to handpick significant numbers of the leadership of the state party. The vast majority of the state party chairs are, his people, quote unquote, his allies that he helps get elected into those positions. And, I thought the question that we had was very important in the sense that if this was a football coach in the state of Alabama that had been losing for 14 years, there's no fan base in the state that would accept that, right? And I think there was no accountability for that. As you pointed out, Democrats in the state of Alabama have been unable to field candidates in recent elections. They are unable to raise funds on any legitimate, comparative basis to what the Republicans are doing. They have minimal infrastructure. It's not a party. for all intents and purposes. It's not like a coherent, dynamic political organization with a lot of people involved. It barely counts as that, right? So him being the most influential and kind of leading this era of defeat, I don't think it's a good answer just to say, well, more white leaders should talk to more white people about all this. I don't see that as an acceptable answer to why your organization and the party your organization helps to run can't field candidates.
Right.
Can't run the message that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Right. You're talking about a message of populism and solidarity, or, you know, that's kind of how I'm characterizing it, but that's how I interpreted it. Right. And that's the kind of message we believe should be spread across this state, right? Building the coalitions, because the reality is that Black folks are a minority in many, if not the majority of the districts in the state, right? And so if you want to contend for power outside of those majority minority districts, like in the Black Belt or certain urban districts, you have to have coalition with white folks and Hispanic folks and people of all backgrounds. Like, it's called winning a majority. You have to have a winning majority. And I have not seen any plan from anyone in the Alabama Democratic Party that I can tell to build a winning majority. What is a plan to win? How are you going to do it? What do you want to do? How are you going to address these issues where you can't field candidates and you can't run competitive campaigns? And when you do find candidates, it's just a name on a ballot, right? Or it's someone that's not even running on values that appeal to people, as you pointed out, right? And that's the thing about this factional dispute that we have, right? Because kind of left unsaid here is there's this dispute with Doug Jones. Joe Reed and Randy Kelly are kind of feuding with Doug Jones and his allies, the former senator who won in the special election here in Alabama in 2017. But, you know, from the outside looking in, you have older white moderates versus older Black moderates. Progressive folks, people who are kind of identifying politically as working class folks, don't really have any voice or representation in the party as far as I can tell it. You know, I don't know. I just think that is really interesting that, you know, that's kind of the answer to a decade and a half of failure, is that more white leaders should engage more white people, and not even to take responsibility that are you engaging the white leaders to do this, right? Like that, you gave a speech a couple years ago and it went well.
To 38 people. Right.
And that's great. I mean, I spoke to over 1,000 people in person this year about unionism and solidarity and people power and uniting across racial lines, right? But we have to do more, clearly. And like, so that's confusing to me to say, you know, I'm not hearing this message. We need to get this message out. It's like, dude, y'all are the ones to do that, right? Like, theoretically. So those were some of my initial thoughts. I would have loved to dive more in the history and talk about collective bargaining in that context of the public sector union wave we described. You know, educators in a lot of states won collective bargaining rights, and in some cases, even the legal right to strike. That didn't happen in Alabama. I would have loved to talk more about why that didn't happen. Was that even something, you know, him and Dr. Hubbard and the AEA leadership, was that something they even were interested in? Right. Is that something that rank and file teachers were talking about and interested in at the time, right? We do have examples of strike activity later in the late 70s, early 80s, like you mentioned. So I would love to have gotten more into that history, but, you know, those were some of my thoughts about the contemporary situation. And I think you're correct to point to the question of why run as a Democrat instead of an independent? Because if you're going to have no help and the brand seems tainted, right? Which he seems to concede.
Right. Right.
That at least among white voters, it is a tainted brand. Well, then why not run as an independent? If you're going to have to do it all from scratch anyway, I think that's a valid question. And so I don't know if they have an answer for that.
Well, and it really, you mentioned that at least as it's popularly understood, and maybe Reed would argue that it is not popularly understood correctly, right? Maybe that would be his argument. But as is popularly understood, the Reed and Kelly line is all about race and not about class. It really sees race as first and foremost, and race as the sole explanation for why the Democratic Party has lost influence in the state of Alabama. And I don't want to discount that at all, because I don't think it's a coincidence that the first time that a black president gets elected, you finally have, you have a steady decline across the South in the Democratic vote share among white people from, the 60s to 2010. But in 2010 is when you really round out the rest of the blue dogs, and they're kind of eliminated as a phenomenon, basically, right? Because in Alabama in 2010, as he alluded to, Democrats held both houses of the legislature, but we would not see the people who were holding the houses in Alabama as Democrats as like populists or left wingers, right? They were conservative, but they were blue dog Democrats, and so that's not a coincidence, and we have to reckon with that. I think that's important for people who kind of aspire to be part of a better Alabama, but also. I brought up Folsom specifically because he was a pro-civil rights governor that was elected by the same populace that elected George Wallace, right? So there is a willingness to elect racial liberals, and you cannot convince me that white people in Alabama are more racist than they were in 1954 when they elected Jim Folsom for a second time. That's just not the case, right? That cannot be the case, that white people in Alabama are more racist than they were in 1954 when they elected Jim Folsom for a second time after he proved himself to be at the very least, a racial moderate. Like I told him, I don't want to sugarcoat. All right, so we're going to have to cut that reaction short. There's like another 3 or 4 minutes there, and we'll play that in the second half of in overtime. So follow us online, Facebook and YouTube, to hear the rest of that. But we want to make sure that we had time to wrap up and let folks know that we will be taking calls. Overtime starts online here at 11 o'clock, 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. We will take calls on the other side of this break immediately after the last 3 or 4 minutes of our initial reaction wraps up. So, Adam, as we wrap up here, do you have any plugs you want to make sure that we get to?
Oh, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in. Appreciate all the support throughout the year. This is our last episode of 2024. We are going to be live for at least a few more hours, so definitely stick with us. But for those of you on the radio, thank you for tuning in throughout the year. We've got a lot of big stuff planned next year. Really excited about where we're taking this project and how we're going to grow this project to really get a message out of people power and interracial solidarity and working class folks coming together to make our lives better, because when we organize, we can do that. So only plugs I had was to just stay tuned in, keep following us online, make sure you're liking, subscribing the stuff. It really helps. Give us those 5-star reviews. And if you are looking for some resources, do check out Labor Notes. They have a couple great trainings and calls coming up in January. But I hope everyone has a great holiday season.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So find us online, Facebook, YouTube, The Valley Labor Report. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. Hope you all have a fantastic holiday season, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Spend some time with your family and enjoy it. We'll be having some brand new content dropping over the holiday break. I have an hour-and-a-half long conversation with the Dale Jackson that we just taped last night, so you'll want to make sure that you're following us online for that. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to be going into overtime here momentarily. If you don't follow us off of the radio, we appreciate you listening, and we'll see you in 2025.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
folks. Welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is still Jacob Morrison. My co-host Adam Keller is still with me. Appreciate everybody tuning in. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Let's play the rest of our reaction to Dr. Reed's interview. All right.
All right, folks, we're back from the interview with Dr. Everybody else before you, how many people, how long ago was it that somebody else before you had a plan, first of all, but then
I think it was a little earlier than that.
Racist than they were then, right? So you cannot lean solely on that. You can cede the case that it has a certain level of explanatory value, but it's not the whole thing. And so you have to be able to, you have to reckon with that as well, that you can't rely on that for the whole thing. And you have to kind of, like you said, there's just not any accountability for having led the party during its decline in the last 15 years and, decimation in the last 15 years and decline over my entire life, approximately 30 years. And I did not hear a plan. Reverend Kelly on Alabama Politics This Week with Josh Moon and David Person from the Alabama Political Reporter, he was asked, does the party currently have a plan to fight back against the decade of supermajority rule by Republicans and start to turn the tide? Kelly responded, when has there ever been a plan? Right? That's not a sufficient answer, I don't think, if you're a person that cares about fighting Republican dominance, fighting the dominance of the big mules in the state of Alabama, fighting the dominance of the bosses and the elite and the wealthy. It's not sufficient to say everybody else before me didn't have a plan. Well, everybody else before you, how many people, how long ago was it that somebody else before you had a plan, first of all, but then even, ignoring the fact that they've had the party for basically 30 years, you have the party now. And so where's the plan? Kelly did not give a plan on the Alabama Political Reporters podcast, and I didn't hear a plan from Joe Reed either.
No, I didn't either. And, something that stood out to me is Joe Reed talked about a conversation he had with Dr. Paul Hubbard about how things were about to turn the corner. Things were changing, and he needed to turn the corner and get with the times because things were changing. And he was talking, of course, about school integration and civil rights. But I can't help but wonder, is that relevant today? Because things have changed significantly in the state of Alabama, and over the past 15 years, in a lot of ways for the worse. And I don't see anything turning the corner from the Democratic Party, right? So, I thought that was interesting. And also he talked about kind of how and you brought this up, how the Black Teachers Organization and the White Teachers Organization were, having these sort of petty feuds before they finally got in a room and just hammered out, real compromise and got their act together and made progress. That's not happening in the state Democratic Party. There appears to be no appetite for that to happen. So I think a lot of people listening are probably going to be wondering, frankly, when is Dr. Reed going to retire? He says he's retired. That's true. But again, he is arguably the most influential person in the state party.
Well, he's retired from the Teachers Association.
Right.
He didn't, he said he spends his time volunteering to lead the Democratic Party and the Democratic Conference.
Right. And, the other thing that I wanted to point out is that throughout these debates over the last several years, Dr. Reed has more or less equated the ADC and by virtue of that himself, as representative of the black vote in Alabama. And I think that is an argument that has to be defended. I don't think we can just take that as gospel, that because of accomplishments in the 60s and 70s, even up into the 90s, that this organization is somehow, broadly representative of black voters across the state of Alabama. How many black voters are familiar with ADC, trust ADC, are following its leadership? I don't know. I mean, I think those are all valid questions and are worth, teasing out a little bit, because certainly I know plenty of black Democratic voters who are not pleased with the leadership of Dr. Reed and his allies. So, I think that's something that is worth mentioning, at least. I think, I still cannot get over the idea that to point out the problems in messaging while failing to acknowledge that, you're the one who's supposed to be doing it, theoretically, as a leader. And if your grand strategy is to recruit more white leaders to engage with more white communities, what is your plan to engage these white leaders? Who are these white leaders? Are you mapping them out? Are you mapping out the relationships they have and the relationships you have with these people? I mean, is any of that happening? I mean, maybe it is. I'm not on the inside, but those are just some things that come to mind.
Well, I'm sure that folks, when they hear this, will have some reactions, and we will react to those reactions. I don't have any other thoughts on my mind right now, immediately post-interview. So do you, Adam?
I think I'm going to mull it over for a couple of days. We'll see how I'm feeling Saturday.
There you go. All right. All right, folks. We'll see you live.
And we're live. We're back. We're still in overtime. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. That was our immediate reactions to the interview from Joe Reed. And after having listened to the interview again, after having gone through it live, I am just struck at how frustrating it is that the questions were not actually answered. Is there a plan? Is there a plan was answered with, we need to talk to white people. Well, is there a plan to talk to white people? What's the plan to do that? We need to do this was the answer in part, at least, to that question. Should people trust my leadership? I can't even remember how it was answered, but I was not given a yes or no and why people should trust my leadership. And so, after having sat on that for a couple of days, hearing the lack of answers to questions is definitely frustrating. And were I somebody that was committed to the Alabama Democratic Party, I would be frustrated listening to that. I'm frustrated listening to that, even if somebody who is not a member or active participant in Democratic Party politics. Right? I'm frustrated as somebody who wants an alternative to the Republican dominance of the state. And, whatever form that takes, ultimately, I'm not ambivalent about the form that it takes, but any alternative would be a welcome reprieve, frankly. And so, And then also, like we talked about, kind of the lack of accountability. Just like no introspection about to what extent are we responsible for what has happened in the last 15 years for sure, but the last 30 years generally. Adam, we do have a caller on the line, but do you have anything else that you want to share before we go to the caller?
Oh, go ahead and take the call.
Caller, this is a caller from a 256 area code. Caller from a 256 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's your Labor Council colleague, Whitney, calling from Huntsville.
Yes, Whitney from Huntsville. Yeah, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I woke up a little late, so I'm still catching up on the interview and stuff. I thought it was interesting. I'm really glad you guys got him on as a host. I will say, like, as a Black progressive living in the South, I have a really complicated relationship with the Democrats. They have been like an essentially like non-functioning party since I've been a voter, which is like 20 years now. And it is not specific to Alabama. I've lived in other states and worked closely with the Democratic Party. It is nationally an issue. But Alabama does seem to have like its own specific issues. I definitely don't want to discount some of his observations about race. I absolutely do believe that there are a lot of people willing to let racism like ruin their own lives. Just to ensure that like Black people don't achieve any like real material changes or political power. With that said, there are also a lot of white people who like are willing to vote if given the option. I think regardless of where Joe Reed stands on a lot of things, or what his like reasoning is behind these things, is that the party has like failed us. Last year or this year in Huntsville, there's absolutely no reason there shouldn't have been a Democrat on the ballot in Huntsville, a city that got Maryland, or in a region that got Maryland Lands elected to the state house. There was no one running against my federal like U.S. rep this year. Like there just should be names on a ballot. And I think like more than anything, if you think of that as the job of the Democratic Party, like then it is failing. I think obviously like we should be trying to build like Black political power for working people. But whatever they're doing right now is not working for anyone. And I would seriously consider like why nothing is happening. You know, I think it's very frustrating to hear him dismiss, you know, some of these criticisms that people have been like bringing forward for a while now, especially as we've seen like other places be able to like, you know, more consistently get Democrats on the ballot, even in red states like Tennessee and Kentucky. Like, you know, Alabama is just having like very specific to Alabama issues. And I hate to see the legacy of the party fall. Like I said, like as a Black Democrat, you know, I think, or as a Black person, my relationship to the Democrats is like very like conflicted, because it is like been one of the only ways like that like my generation, my parents' generation, their parents' generation has like been able to achieve any sort of political power in this country. But also at this point within the state, like that is no longer happening. And I would really encourage their leadership to like assess why. At this point, I don't really identify as a Democrat, but I've been working in politics for like a decade, and I've been like consistently like, well, you know, we got to sort of like work with them to like get something resembling progress on the ballot, or to get people to like have something to vote for. And like, because that has not happened, I absolutely like have no attachment to the party anymore. Which like it's terrible to say. But like for the first time in my life, I'm like really considering like what other options are there for getting progressive candidates on the ballot, for getting progressive policies passed, and not really like immediately considering the Democratic Party. And I would imagine that there's a lot of people in that boat as well. And I am likely like Joe Reed's ideal voter, like a Black college educated Democrat from Alabama, and like he's lost me. So I would really encourage some reflection from him and the rest of the leadership. Yeah, that's all, guys.
Well, thanks for calling in, Whitney. I appreciate your thoughts, and maybe he'll hear this, and hopefully they. I mean, it is so, like you said, frustrating that it does not seem that the introspection is self-started. You know, at least at the national level, there is some play acting about introspection, right? And they, you know, in a certain way, you could say they barely lost the election, and yet there's still a lot of at least play acting about introspecting and what can we do differently and why are we out of step with the American people. And there's like none of that in Alabama, despite the fact that Alabama is so much worse for Democrats. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, how do you not actually do that kind of level of introspection every single election that you come out having lost to Republicans by 35 points? You know, I don't know.
Well, Jacob,
it doesn't even seem like they have a good relationship with like the National Party, which I think is interesting and also revealing, because like the National Party is also terrible. And if they are like not messing with Alabama Democrats, I think that probably like tells you something about the shape that we're in.
Yeah. Thanks, Whitney. I appreciate it.
Okay, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, really appreciate the call. I was just going to add to that. You know, I was talking to a friend who's been in politics in Alabama for a long time, and we were talking this week, and, you know, her thoughts, you have to wonder, do some people just really want to be a big fish in a small pond? Is the point to actually win? You know, because just pretend for a moment that over the last 15 years that the Alabama Democratic Party was secretly in cahoots with the Alabama Republican Party. Now just pretend for a moment, right? Let's just think that over the last 15 years, the Alabama Democrats have actually been secretly working with the Republicans. What would they be doing different in this experiment? Like, what would, you know, I'm just curious. If you think about it that way, what are the different things they would be doing if they were deliberately sabotaging themselves? And that's not to argue that that's what is happening. It's just, you know, for me, an interesting thought experiment, because to Whitney's point, like whatever it is you are doing and have been doing clearly ain't working by any normal definition of success, which Dr. Reed explicitly said the whole point was you organize to win elections. Well, by that metric, you're failing. You're failing pretty poorly. And so it's a very frustrating scenario to be in. I think the thing that really is most frustrating is that, you know, the vast majority of people in Alabama, as with anywhere else, are working class. Most of us have to work for other folks. Most of us rely on our labor to make a living and feed our families. And because of that, most of us really do have a lot of things in common. Even with the very, you know, strong divisions along racial lines and religious lines and gender and everything else that we experience here, particularly in Alabama, there's so much that unites us, and there's such a lack of representation of everyday working people. You know, even where Democrats do win offices in Alabama, it's often folks that are, frankly, Chamber of Commerce sponsored and not necessarily representing the interest of their working class constituents. And so I think that's what's most frustrating for me, is just to know that working people, the vast majority of us, white, black, gay, straight, migrant, native born, you know, whatever you look like, where you come from, most of us are working class, and we are not being heard in Montgomery. And it's obvious, and we can see the results where wealthy, powerful interests continue to consolidate control, consolidate wealth at our expense. where folks' rights are under attack. And, every season there's a new group we're supposed to target and supposed to be scared of and, supposed to go after. And we're supposed to focus on that instead of the fact that Alabama has some of the worst quality of life of anywhere in the entire developed world. Like, we don't even have the quality of life of an average American in Alabama. That's how bad things are. We joke, thank God for Mississippi, because it's usually us and Mississippi ranking 49, 50, 51 in all these metrics. And that's just pitiful. It's embarrassing. We can do better. We should do better. And I really do believe that a better Alabama is possible, and we have to fight for that. And throughout our history in this state, people have done so. We have a strong history of everyday Alabamians uniting across these lines to make progress, whether it's organizing in the workplace, organizing in the streets, in the community. We have won a lot of things for a lot of material benefits and real rights for working people in this state. And that's the kind of energy that we need again. And it's just very frustrating yet to see folks who have influence, who have power, who have, titles, and not see the leadership. I think we have a real crisis in a lot of our movements, from the political, electoral arena to even within our own labor movement. I think we're facing a lot of crisis in leadership. And I think that's something we all have to reflect on.
844-899-8857 is the phone number if you want to get in and contribute. We're about to wrap up this conversation about Alabama. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And yeah, I don't have any other thoughts about that other than it's very frustrating. Lack of introspection. Don't understand it, but maybe things will change. We'll see. So the letter carriers are voting on their tentative agreement. The letter carriers union announced a tentative agreement with the Postal Service back in October. The ballots went out, I believe, on December the 6th. All ballots had been mailed out by I think it was the 10th, something like that. All ballots are now mailed out. Mailing of ballots has been completed according to the ballot committee. They do say that they have been made aware of a few locations in which ballots have yet to be delivered by the Postal Service. It's anticipated that these ballots in these locations will be delivered by early next week, according to the letter carriers ballot committee. However, the ballot committee will continue to monitor the situation and provide future updates as necessary. Just a reminder, ballots are due back, meaning they have to be back in wherever the return address is by January 13th. If your ballot is not back by January 13th in the box, it will not be counted, is my understanding. If you are eligible to vote on the proposed agreement and do not receive a ballot, you can call NALC headquarters at 202-393-0614 from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time to request a replacement ballot. A replacement ballot will be mailed out after your eligibility is verified. On the agreement itself, we know that there's been some amount of frustration with the agreement from letter carriers online in particular. I'm not sure how widespread it has been in actually on the shop floor. I think we will see soon enough. It was a 1.3% general wage increase every year of the agreement, plus a cost of living adjustment each year that amounted to something like 0.5%, I think, something like that. So, You Are Salty in the chat says, I got mine. I'm in Wisconsin. Fit Over 50 says, I don't know any carrier that has received theirs yet. That's crazy. I wonder where are you at, Fit Over 50. I called and they told me to call back on Monday. So there you go. If you haven't received your ballots, then call on Monday to try to get one. Hopefully you'll get them soon. If you'd like to call in, interested in how folks are voting and how folks members are reacting to it. How are folks around you reacting to the tentative agreement? How are they saying that they're going to vote? 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. While we're waiting for letter carriers, and also Fit Over 50, who said that none of his no carriers that he knows has received it, is in Orlando, Florida. So that makes sense, I think, because I think the ballots were sent out to the people on the West Coast first, and the last ballots to go out were on the East Coast. So that might make sense. But while we wait for people, particularly, we would like to hear from folks who are voting yes. We have heard a lot of people who will vote no. We would still like to hear from you. Please do call in. 844-899-TVLR. Tell us why you're voting no, and tell us what the general vibe is in your at your station. But particularly if you're voting yes, if we've got anybody that's voting yes, you can give us a call at 844-899-TVLR, because I don't think that we have heard from a single yes voter during our entire coverage of the tentative agreement. So would love to hear from them, 844-899-TVLR. If you do not catch this live, you can leave us a voicemail, and we'll respond to it next year when we get back. While we wait for people to call in, I do have a couple of clips from Donald Trump about the post office. As you know, back in 2018, his Office of Management and Budget released a plan to privatize the Postal Service, indicating that, Trump supports privatization of the Postal Service. He was asked about it recently, and this is what he had to say.
Billions. Well, there is talk about the Postal Service being taken private. You do know that. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. It really isn't. It's a lot different today with between Amazon and UPS and FedEx and all the things that you didn't have. But there is talk about that. It's an idea that a lot of people have liked for a long time. We're looking at it. I think we're looking at that along with a lot of us.
So there you go, looking at it very strongly, as they say. And it, it's not good. We've had a couple of letter carriers who are, Trump supporters who said that first they disputed that Trump did support privatization, and apparently they were not, like following politics or something in 2018, and they didn't realize that Trump had put out a plan to privatize the Postal Service, and so then they just kind of retreated to like, it's probably not going to happen. So I don't know, we'll see. Again, like I said before, when we talked about it, if I were to bet, I would say that he's not going to be able to get away with privatizing the Postal Service, just because it would be such a heavy lift. It would require Congress, and I don't think that you are going to be able to get Congress to be on board with that, especially because I don't think you could get something like privatizing the Postal Service through reconciliation. So you'd have to get 60 votes in the Senate, which the Republicans definitely don't have, to privatize the Postal Service. And just as a reminder for why that would be bad, right? The Postal Service is the only delivering entity that has a universal coverage requirement. The Postal Service is required to visit every single house in the United States every day, basically, and does that. And does that. I mean, that is, when we talk about government efficiency, think about the idea that we have every single day a representative of the federal government visiting every single household. I mean, that is pretty remarkable. And that happens, generally speaking, without a hitch, very quickly, again, generally speaking, and very efficiently, and very cheaply. It costs 67 cents to send a letter through the Postal Service, if you were to do the same thing through like UPS, DHL, or FedEx, it would be like $20 to send a letter, right? So it's just not privatization of the Postal Service would significantly hurt rural voters, rural citizens in particular, because the further out you are from a major metropolitan area, the more likely that service to your house will be on the chopping block sooner rather than later. It will hurt people whose medicine comes through the mail. It will hurt small businesses who rely on cheap shipping from the Postal Service. It will also harm competition because UPS and FedEx and DHL have to compete with the Postal Service, which does not have to post a profit, which does not have to basically, and remember what a profit is basically a tax on consumers to pay shareholders. That's all that profit is, right? So the Postal Service doesn't have to do that. The Postal Service does not have to run a profit and pay shareholders billions of dollars a year. They don't have to pay a CEO tens of millions of dollars a year. They're able to do this as a public service. And so because we have this shipping agency that has to operate as a public service and does not have a responsibility to shareholders to deliver profits, then then UPS has to compete with the Postal Service. If the Postal Service is privatized and has to begin running a profit so that it can pay shareholders and leeches and CEOs, then they are going to have to increase prices, which will allow UPS and FedEx and DHL to further increase prices. So it'll be very bad. It would be very bad to privatize the Postal Service. I don't anticipate that that Trump will be able to get it done because the margins are so slim in the House and the Senate, but he wants to. He wants to. And that is a bad instinct that he has. And we need to recognize that. And we need to recognize that nobody around him is pushing back against that, as far as we can tell. Elon Musk is obviously going to be in support of it. Vivek Ramaswamy is obviously going to be in support of it. And so who are the people that are going to be around him to try to push back against that? It's very, very concerning. And the instinct generally is the concerning thing, right? Because I do think that Congress is probably not going to allow that to happen. But because of this instinct to privatize things, that's going to be his solution to every problem in the federal government, right? Is that we want to increase privatization and we want to put a profit tax on consumers. We want to put a profit tax on people who receive these government services, and so that we can make wealthy people more wealthy. Not good, folks. And just as and we've got a caller on the line, and we're going to get to them here in just a second. Appreciate the call. And just as to address one argument that I saw, which is an argument that we should wrestle with, right? When we're talking about the privatization thing. In the comment section of one of our videos, somebody said something about, UPS workers, even though UPS is a private company, UPS workers actually make more money than Postal Service workers, and they have a right to strike. And almost certainly that's correlated, and indeed it is. Almost certainly the right of UPS workers to strike is a part of the reason that they have higher compensation on average than Postal Service workers. But and so then the question is, would it not maybe be better for postal workers? Maybe we can set aside the question about service to the American people, which I think you would have a very, very difficult time making the case that service to the American people by the Postal Service would be increased rather than degraded by privatization. I think that's a very tough case to make. Maybe you can make it. I don't think you can. But let's set that aside and say maybe it would be better for the workers if it was private. My rebuttal to that is to ask a question. There's been lots of privatization across the country. States have privatized different things. School systems have contracted out services. Other countries have privatized certain things. Point to me a single one instance in which the privatization of these services has resulted in improved working conditions and wages for the workers involved. I cannot point to any, and in fact, I can show you that basically every time that this does happen, working conditions and wages generally fall. We can look just immediately. A couple of weeks ago, there was the University of Central Florida privatized, if I'm remembering correctly, 400 janitorial staff. They sold the janitorial portion of their college to a private company. This happened because of Florida's anti-public sector union law that decertified the sanitation union. And so because the union was decertified, the contract was therefore null and void, and therefore the college could just sell off this portion of its product and say, here, run this for us, private company, and immediately the pension was frozen. No more contributions to the pension for the workers who have been working there, in some cases, 15, 20 years. Every single new worker for the janitorial staff at the University of Central Florida will no longer receive a pension. Immediately, right? Immediately. The same thing happened at the Huntsville City Schools when they started contracting stuff out, right? The people who work at these contractors no longer have access to the retirement systems of Alabama. I don't know much else about their working conditions, but as somebody who has family that are contract staff for Huntsville City Schools, I can tell you that they do not have access to the retirement systems of Alabama. And so you should be very skeptical as an employee of the Postal Service that privatization will be good for you. And that's just on the pension. I mean, the pension would almost certainly immediately be gone. Also, you would be facing significant job cuts. That would be one of the first things that they try to do to try to make it profitable so that they could pay wealthy people lots of money off of the value that you create. They would cut a lot of jobs. They would try to make you do more money. You wouldn't get a pension. Probably your health care would be worse. Maybe you could strike and stop it. That would be what you would have to do. Maybe you could strike and stop it, but it would be very difficult. It would be a very difficult fight. We got a couple of callers now on the line. 2 callers. Let's start with the first one from a 715 area code. Caller from a 715 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name's Harley, and I'm in the Midwest, and it's currently 11 degrees out on the mail route. Feels like 1.
Oh, man.
So,
Harley from the Midwest. Feels like 1 degree out there. Thank you for your service. We support the boys in blue here, the letter carriers of our country. Thank you for your service. Yeah, so I'm assuming you're calling in about the TA. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. I was calling about the TA main focus, and I was playing around on the NALC website last night looking at previous contracts and seeing how their general wage increase percentages were handled in the past and how the structure is. It seems like they've been doing 1.3% or 1%, or at a most I saw is a 2.1. As for CCAs, new hires seem to be at a little bit higher general wage increase over time in general. But until you're a career, you seem to get more of a slower, gradual increase. Sadly, though, I think this new contract does look to be the best. So it's not obviously great. I mean, a lot of people are just looking at the 1.3% only in terms of the wage increase. There is more to it with COLAs. It's not all perfectly calculated because they don't know, but they have an expectation and an idea what it's going to be. And they're also including our back pay with this like overall percentage money that we're technically owed. So it's a little complicated, but I do get the argument to have a higher than 1.3. You know, let's say let's have a 2.5 or something, and then include everything else with it. And I could be way undershooting 2.5. I'm just throwing out a number. I don't really know what everybody even wants. Even myself, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to do all the math on it, but yeah, I just read where we got a 1.9% increase in 2006. Yeah, so in the past there was some previous percentages similar, but overall though, we do have the highest wages to date with this new TA. Looking at previous incomes, like back in the day in some of the contracts, the highest wage was maybe like 60K. You know, it gets lower and lower. Obviously, the cost of living was different then versus now, and everything seems inflated right now, which it generally kind of is. So we're all feeling a pinch. We all want more than 1.3. I totally get it. I stand with everyone on it. But I'm also concerned of the I can't pronounce it right. But when it's going to be implemented, it takes time, a lot of days. So once, you know, I'm assuming it's going to go to arbitration. It looks like the vote no is very strong. I have not really came across any yeses. So, you know, going to arbitration, it's still going to take a lot of time. So I'm just going to guess. Maybe by the end of 2025, it's fully implemented, or the end of 2026. And this TA is only good for 2 years. You know, we already got to be talking about the next one. And we got to already be talking about the next NALSC president and whoever else, however that structure works, to vote for or get behind. So, you know, we're just kind of in a bad situation, I think, overall with voting yes or with voting no. So hopefully either direction turns out good, and we got a bright future, hopefully. Either way, though, everyone, all of us are getting a pay raise. Either way, however you want to look at it, vote no or yes, we're going to get the pay raise regardless, and that's the good news. And I guess I'll just kind of leave it there.
Harley, I appreciate the call, and if you want to stay on for just a second, what you're saying about the wages is generally true. I think my understanding is it's generally been in the ballpark of like 1.1 to 2% raises over the over the last at least 20 years or so. I think is and so in that sense you could say that it's kind of generally in the ballpark of where it's usually been. But I think the thing that's making the vote no go so far, like you're saying, the thing that's making the vote no kind of effort be so like take off so much is the fact that we are in a period of much higher inflation, and so a 2% raise is in effect something like a 2% pay cut actually when you look at your buying power. And the last, I don't know if it was the last time, but you know we had a conversation about the 1970 strike a while back, and something that was fascinating to me was in 1970 a letter carrier's minimum salary was $6,176 a year, and topping out at after 21 years, which is kind of similar to where the top out progression is now, at $8,442, which the starting salary was then the equivalent of $50,000 a year, and the starting salary today is like $40,000. Now, the top-out salary back then was the equivalent of $68,000 a year, which is about $10,000 or $12,000-$15,000 less than the top-out today. So you have a lower starting salary, but you do have a higher top salary, which is probably a reason that it's good that they're just kind of lopping off the first 2 years of the progression and saying, you know, we're going to start everybody basically at step 3, at least after you've come in from the CCA portion. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the vote comes in. I think that especially immediately after the tentative agreement was put out, there was a lot of just immediate anger and fury about it, and it does seem like it's kind of like people have kind of mellowed out at this point, and so I wonder how people will actually vote.
Yeah, I agree. And there's many things kind of frustrating with the contract. Mainly it's just the pay structure. It is annoying that it jumps two scales ahead. Well, I was a non-career for 5 years. I mean, I don't get credited that time, or I don't jump ahead 2 steps. Maybe it should have been the other way.
You were a non-career for 5 years?
Correct. According to the contract, you couldn't convert after 2 years. It was just until a route would become open. And then according with the new contract, there was luckily a PTF conversion. So I automatically got PTF career status due to a new contract. But in the past, when CCA was first created with the 2016 to 19 contract, that there was no career status as a CCA in any terms of weeks put in. So, you know, over time, the contracts have gotten better. I'm glad it's just 2 years now. Should it even be 2 years? Probably not. Maybe just 1 year, or after 90 days, maybe get your probational period put in at least. So, I mean, there's some improvements. I mean, I'm trying to be in the middle and see both sides of some positivity. But there is definitely a frustration at the 1.3 and cost of living for sure. Maybe you got to relocate. It's really difficult. I don't know. I don't need to get into all that, but yeah.
Yeah. And before I let you go, any thoughts on the privatization stuff? And any other thoughts? I think that you were one of them that called in about, or that we had talked to previously about the privatization stuff. Does Trump kind of reiterating his support for privatization of the Postal Service concern you at all, or how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Obviously, I voted for him and I want to support him, but I do have a major problem with him doing this. And I'm not going to support everything that he puts forward. So it's like I'm trying to weigh out, you know, the positive and bad. So the more I hear that he's trying to push privatization, if I could find elected officials or people I know through my local county party to then somehow talk to them and push against privatization, I definitely will. I don't think there's many positives. I heard you out talking about it, and I've heard it in the past with other podcasters of how it can be bad to be privatized. I don't know why Trump keeps pushing it so much. I mean, I think he just wants to make money, or I mean, like the post office, just all about make money. But hey, you know that there is a lot of positions at the post office that are overpaid. I mean, there could be some restructuring for sure. I heard the mail trucks are pretty expensive, in particular the electric one. You know, I mean, I believe there definitely could be some improvement. Definitely, the hiring process is a joke. So I don't agree with privatization. I just wish we could zero in more into like the current issues, like better, especially here in my local office. I mean, fix the hiring process. You know, we can cut back on overtime hours. It shouldn't take 3 months to get someone in the door, and then by the time you get them, you know, they might have quit because they got sick of waiting. I feel like that's kind of like neural problem number one. And then they only like to hire them near Christmas. So then they start in your peak season and then maybe want to quit, especially when winter hits where I live. Like winter breaks you. Like this job isn't for everyone. Like, so, you know, hire them in the summer, get them more experience.
Yeah, and I would. I think all that sounds great, and what I would say, you know, you mentioned that what people really should be focusing on about the TA is, you know, you're going to be starting negotiations for the next contract in basically a year, and so people need to be making sure that they're getting active in their union and making sure that they're communicating what you want in the next contract soon, that you get good leadership, you get active leadership, and that's what I would focus similarly on. You know, the political engagement on the privatization issue and getting your local active and being part of your local. I'll say that I am a member of a federal employee union, AFGE, and we're in a red state. Our congressional representatives are all Republicans. I would love to have a Republican voter on our legislative committee. I think, fortunate, whatever, for whatever reason, most people who attend our union meetings and volunteer for the committees are not conservative and are not Republican. But I would personally, if I could get a Republican on my legislative committee to then be our ambassador to the Republicans in Congress, I would like that, me personally. And you know me, I'm not a Republican, right? And so I would encourage you to talk to your local leadership and see what opportunities there are for you to be involved in in your local's political work, particularly around potentially coming attacks on the Postal Service. And so I think that, getting active in the union is a pretty good general response to most problems. So yeah, appreciate your perspective on that.
Yeah, nicely put. I mean, that's nice to hear. And yeah, I myself, obviously have voted for or kind of, back. Yeah, I know I definitely want to poke at them and say, hey, support unions more. I did try getting a Republican representative to talk to my local union in one of the meetings. There was a meeting recently where they brought in a Democrat activist, I would call it, where they're telling us to vote for Democrats for the Postal Service. It's fair, both sides can have their arguments, but I couldn't get someone in my county at the Republican Party to then have someone come there and talk about why they should, have postal workers vote for Republicans. It's frustrating. And I even sent them all the information. It's on the ALC website where it talks about the bill and what we support and what we're wanting. I gave all the information to them and I still couldn't get someone. So it is frustrating. In even my local area, some local experience that might have had. So I'm trying. So it's good to hear that you're doing some sort of effort to it too.
All right.
Cross
Thanks for the
parties
call, Harley. Appreciate
working together. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. 844-899-8857 is the phone number if you would like to get where Harley was. We had somebody that literally just dropped off. I don't know if they got busy with something else or if they thought the conversation was going to go longer than it did. 844-899-8857 is the phone number if you would like to call in. We Are Ronan says... Claydonius says, looking at funneling more money to billionaires, that's for sure. Speaking about privatizing the Postal Service, that would be what I would think the motivation is. We Are Ronan says, privatizing the Postal Service is unconstitutional. There would probably be lawsuits about it. If he could get it through Congress, I think that's a big if. If he could get it through Congress, I think there would be lawsuits about it, and I think there's a good argument. I'm not a legal scholar, though, so I don't know. Scott Fiera says, concepts of a plan. He has no plan. Speaking about privatizing Postal Service. Maxwell Olson says, these MFs can't pass a budget with an 8-seat majority. They'll have a 2-seat majority in January and only 5 when vacancies are filled by the summer. Fit Over 50 says, how much would it cost politicians to deliver their political mail using FedEx and UPS? Well, like I said, it costs like 67 cents to mail a letter with the Postal Service. And if you mail the same letter with FedEx or UPS, I think it's legit like $15 or $20. So you're talking about 1,000% increase or something on that. It's a ridiculous amount. Quirky Geek Girl says if they went private, they would close down post offices in rural areas first. Absolutely. We Are Ronan agrees. Fit Over 50, we read that one already. James Coble says the pension really sucks for anyone hired after 2014. Paying 450% more into the same pension program takes 7 years into retirement to break even. Fit Over 50 says I started in 2006 at 19 an hour. Today, CCA start at 19 an hour. Is that true? You started at 19 an hour in 2006. That's crazy. Wow. That's wild.
Jacob, I had a couple things.
Adam, go ahead.
Get done. I had a couple things to add on the Postal Service. I appreciate Harley's call. Obviously, I disagree with his decision to vote for Trump, but I totally agree with what you shared, Jacob, that it is important that conservative union members speak up when it comes to these sort of issues. And, I agree. I absolutely, think it's important that we have folks of every persuasion who are talking about these issues. So if you're listening and you are a conservative, but you still want to keep your pension, you still want to keep your health care, you still want to keep your due process, you still want to keep anything that's important to you, absolutely get involved in the local and get involved in these political efforts. If you helped elect these people, it's especially on you to help us hold them accountable, right? Because if you voted for them, they theoretically are more likely to pay attention to you than they would be to me if I didn't vote for them. I think many of us listening probably recognize that ultimately it's wealthy, powerful interests who have their ear and not everyday constituents, even if you're voting for them, frankly. And I think, the caller's experience of lack of response, not getting through to these folks, sending them information and not working. Like, that's a pretty typical thing. That's how a lot of us are treated by our legislators and our, policymakers. So, I just wanted to put that out there. But also on this broader issue of privatization, part of it is that we can't forget is that privatization is always accompanied by sabotage of public services, right? And often the sabotage happens first. The public services are deliberately underfunded, are overstretched. They are sabotaged in various ways to either make them more inefficient, to hurt their popularity with the public, whatever the situation may be. But they are deliberately harmed in order to increase the appetite for the privatization. And the Postal Service is a great example of this, because for over a decade, the United States Postal Service has been plagued with the onerous burden of pre-funding its retiree healthcare benefits. And this comes from a law back in 2006, the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act. And that mandate requires the Postal Service to pre-fund its retiree healthcare benefits 75 years in advance. 75 years in advance. Like, nowhere else does this happen. This is not a normal thing to pay for the retirement health care for individuals who haven't even been born yet, let alone entered the workforce. And so since 2013, in particular, this pre-funding mandate is responsible for most of the Postal Service's net losses. And it has defaulted on its pre-funding payments since 2012. No other federal agency or private sector business pre-funds its retirement benefits like this. And it is making it really, really unstable and difficult for the Postal Service. The Postal Service was actually doing quite well before this bill. This law was enacted by Congress back during the George W. Bush administration. And that was part of the problem, right? The Postal Service was doing pretty well, and makes it harder to privatize, right? Makes it harder to justify. So you put this into place, and suddenly it looks like the Postal Service is massively in debt and just is in a deep hole and can't climb out. And it's like, well, yeah, you put them in the hole. You dug the hole, put them in there, and then you complain that they can't get out. And of course, you have this, solution, which is to introduce the profit motive and ensure public dollars are going into private pockets. But there is another solution, which would certainly help this situation. It's called the USPS Fairness Act. You can find more info about it. I know the APWU has a solid fact sheet on their website about it. It passed the House last year, is my understanding, but stalled in the Senate. And basically, it would repeal this pre-funding mandate. So the Postal Service would then be able to focus on investing and innovating.
Well, the Postal Service has already repealed the pre-funding mandate. In 2022, they did that.
So it's already been repealed since 2022. Okay, well, that's great news, because this happened, for over a decade. They were pre-funding these retiree benefits, and it put them in a significant disadvantage, because it was a pretty profitable agency. Not that the goal was to be profitable, obviously. And I think that's something else, is like, because public services are for the public good, you're right to point to the rural routes and the non-profitable routes that absolutely will be cut. Like, if you live in a hard to reach area, the Postal Service isn't making money off delivering your mail and your medicines and your Christmas shopping. And they have no incentive to continue doing that if they're no longer a public service. So yeah, those were some things that came to my mind, and but yeah, I appreciate your sentiment. If you are a Republican union member, you have a responsibility and a right to speak up and hopefully influence the legislators and the politicians that you're helping to elect. You made that decision. You thought they were the best person for the job, so you got to help us hold them accountable for that.
Yep. We got another caller on the line. This one from a 352 area code. 352 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey guys, how you doing? Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Hey, this is Brandon Hill. I've called in at least once, maybe twice before. I'm an Amazon worker at KCVG in northern Kentucky, organizing with the Teamsters.
Brandon, thank you for calling in with Amazon in Kentucky, organizing with the Teamsters Union. Really exciting time to be a Teamster organizing at Amazon, I think. What are your coworkers saying about everything that's going on?
Well, what we're doing out here, isn't a full-fledged strike at KCVG. We just have like a picket extension at one of the local Amazon facilities called CVG2. And so basically what's going on out here is folks are excited. And, we got some folks on the picket line. Our part of the picket line ended at 6 a.m. this morning, but we've had people for the past couple days out there nonstop, 24 hours. I went out there a few times myself and hung out for a few hours, managed to get some folks from the community come out there to support us. Local DSA chapter has been very supportive, and they've been folks have been coming out there and joining us on the line and sending food, pizzas, that kind of stuff. As far as the workers are concerned, well, I gotta be honest with you guys. It's kind of mixed, there are people who are participating, who are, they're very, very excited about this, who've been calling for something like this for a while, because we've been organizing at KCVG for over 2 years now. And, we've, a lot of things have changed. Originally we were ALU, now we're Teamsters. But, I guess organizers kind of have a term for our turf, or whatever they call it. They call it burnt turf. And there's just a lot of folks around here who are, who've been definitely in the organizing for a couple years now. And we are in the midst of just an incredibly well-funded anti-union campaign happening at KCVG. I don't know how much exactly, how much money Amazon's spending on this anti-union stuff, but it feels like the majority of it is at our facility. So you got some folks there who are, frankly, quite a number of folks I talked to personally who are afraid to come out and, very hesitant to side cards because of that. So to be honest with you guys, the feelings were mixed, because we do have some people who, like me, who've been working there for a while, involved with this organizing for a while, and been pushing for, some kind of action, and, willing to do whatever we can, to support other Amazon workers on strike and taking action and stuff. But then, you got the people around here who, they want the benefits. They know a union is good for them. They know a union would make our job better, but they're just afraid of losing their jobs, and they don't really want to stick their necks out. So
right,
yeah.
So to what extent?
Yeah, just saying
So to what extent are the folks on the organizing committee and people that have signed cards at your facility, like, have you actually, you've extended the picket line and so to KCVG 2, but it sounds like not KCVG 1, which is where the organizing has been for the last 2 years. So do you have a picket line at all at the facility where you're at right now?
Yeah. So I work at KCVG, which is the biggest facility there at the airport, and the other location that this was happening at was called CVG2. And no, unfortunately, we don't have one at KCVG. We ended up just doing one at CVG2, and it was a little smaller than I'd like to. But yeah, we're not able to get one up at CVG. I guess the thought behind that was that or at KCVG, the thought behind that was that CVG2, there's a lot of UPS drivers who deal with our returns at our facility at KCVG, and they bring them over to CVG2. So I guess the thought was to, have those guys turn around and not have them drop off their stuff, which we were successful in doing. But unfortunately, the Amazon drivers, the Tom team, as they call them, drive the trucks out there, they're not unionized. So,
right.
you know, they were going through. We did have some support from those guys, though. You know, they were supportive of what we were doing, but then same time, you know, they were driving through. So.
Mm-hmm. Right. Did y'all make any contact? Like, were you able to get maybe hand off some flyers and have people say they'd give you a call or take down any numbers or anything like that?
Well, we definitely had some people who were interested, who were coming out of CBG2 and you know, going to their cars. It's a 3-shift place too, so we had people coming out all, you know, hours almost. Unfortunately, what I was told, you know, by the you know, the guys in charge here, the Teamsters organizers, that we had very strict guidelines we had to follow. You know, they said you know, there were all these legal reasons why, you know, we couldn't like do what we kind of normally do, which is, you know, be loud and aggressive and try to engage the workers and stuff like that. They told us to really just take a step back from that. And basically, like, you know, we were just an extension of what was going on elsewhere.
Right.
And yeah, they said that, you know, we can only engage so much with the workers. So we, you know, held out flyers when we could, and then talked when people were willing to. So.
Gotcha. Well, Brandon, appreciate the call and the report from over there in Kentucky. How far away is Whitesburg from where you're at near Cincinnati? Is that a long way away?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure about that. But yeah, I know we had a few locations here in Kentucky where we had folks, you know, out on the line, picket extensions too. So that was really cool to see. Really appreciative. And like I said, I really want to give a shout out too to the local DSA chapter, the Cincinnati Metro Northern Kentucky DSA chapter, because those folks have been very supportive. They came out on that line. They brought us food. They're willing to take action with us in the future. And yeah, I'm not sure if you folks are aware, but you know, I know DSA is definitely prioritizing the Amazon organizing, and we're doing that locally. So yeah, it just I don't know. It's you know, this is one of those things, man, where I feel like a lot of us folks, you know, the Amazon workers who've been involved with the organizing for a minute, we definitely feel like if we'd had prior warning, you know, we'd able to get prior warning, we could have got a bunch of people out there, but we only had a few days, you know, that we even knew what exactly was going to be the plan. So, you know, weren't able to get a whole lot of people out there.
Yeah, I asked about Whitesburg because that's one of the places that we're on the radio, Whitesburg, Kentucky. It looks like it's about a 4-hour drive, so it's a little bit away. So y'all aren't going to be able to, your people wouldn't hear this on the radio. But we had somebody in the chat ask if Amazon is delaying packages due to the strike, and Brandon, you can answer this in a different way if I'm incorrect, but my understanding is basically no, and that the reason, like you said, for the picket extensions is basically to turn around union shipping companies like UPS, right? So like if UPS was making a delivery to an Amazon facility and there was a picket line, the UPS driver would turn around and not make the delivery, which would then, you know, kind of delay Amazon's Amazon shipping generally, but Amazon is not actually delaying shipping due to, or you know, they're doing everything that they can to kind of get stuff out. But at a couple of the actual struck locations, some of the shipping is delayed because of the strike, and then at some of the places where picket lines have been extended, union shipping has been turned around. Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah. And, you know, the other part of this was to, you know, show the Amazon workers who are on the inside that are hesitant about signing cards and joining up that, yeah, there are people out here in the community that do support them. There are, you know, unionized workers who are willing to come out and, you know, take action and show them, you know, what's going on here. So I think also, you know, it was done for that, but it was also to, you know, get the attention out there and show people that we are capable of doing something and you know, just making our presence known.
Yeah. Brandon, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Keep us updated.
Thank you, guys. Solidarity.
Yep. We have a question in the chat from Justin. What is it Amazon workers even want? And right now, the demand of the strike, the reason for the strike, they want a lot of things, but the reason for this strike specifically is that Amazon is not even bargaining with its workers where they have unionized. There are 7 facilities at which Amazon workers are striking now, and they're striking because they have unionized, and Amazon is refusing to bargain. And so they're not even striking yet over wages and working conditions. They have certain demands and things that they're wanting to be able to win at the bargaining table. But right now, the strike is just about trying to pressure Amazon to get to the bargaining table. Of course, once they get to the bargaining table, they have things that they want, like any other union negotiating team. They're going to want higher wages. They want better working conditions. They want protections against the speed up. They want just cause disciplinary measures, not being able to be fired for any reason or no reason at all. They want better health care. They want better retirement. I think presumably they would want to try to bring Amazon into the Teamsters multi-employer pension plans and stuff like that. So there you go. We got another caller on the line. This caller is from a 714 area code. 714 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Buenos dias, buenas tardes, comrades. Comrade Jake, Comrade Adam. It's been a long time. Jose Francisco Negrete from Local 952 and from Teamster Mobilized out here in the happiest place on earth. Well,
thanks for giving us a call, Jose.
DAX5 over there in City of Industries. That was the happiest place on earth because it was a picking line and it was pretty cool. You know, I want to give a shout out to all those Amazon DSPs out there and DAX5. It's a tongue twister. They're holding it down. They're holding it down. They were telling me that yesterday Amazon kind of that DSP managers kind of weasel their way into the drivers to make the drivers go a little bit earlier, and you know they didn't catch it. So, but today they were out there at 5 in the morning strong, you know, holding down the line. I didn't get there till 6:30ish. You know, I got there to the line. I got there a little bit late. I didn't know they were going to go that early. I thought it was going to start at 6, but they started at 5, holding down the line. They're still out there. You know, I just want to give a shout out to them. And that DAX facility, DX5 facility, it's a pretty big facility. It reminds me of a UPS hub where you have dock doors for outbound trailers to come in to unload, and there's 8 DSPs in there. The biggest one has 150 drivers, and then there's a Amazon sortation center, which is like maybe a mile to a mile and a half at the most away, so it's very, very close. You know, I also want to say thank you, gracias to the DSA chapters out here in Southern California, PSL, Peace and Freedom Party, and other organizations too that see. I think there's CPA, the Communist Party of America, I think they're called. I saw some comrades out there too. So there's community support out there in the City of Industry. So it's a cool thing. But what's kind of disgusting that we're seeing right now is just Thursday we saw, you know, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Jeff Bezos have dinner. You know, so Jeff Bezos already weaseling his way into Donald Trump, and I'm sure organizing was one of the subjects probably discussed in that dinner, which is. And then we also saw too that the federal the bill to fund the government, federal funding bill, that was first rejected because Elon Musk told Trump it's not a good thing. You're actually seeing the new Gilded Age. You know, we're seeing these oligarchs, the Musk, the Bezos, the Zuckerbergs. They're having control of government. You know, and yes, we don't have the money as these oligarchs have. We don't have the resource, but what we have is we have each other. We have the community, and all of us together we could fight. I mean, there's going to be some dark days, but we could fight. And we could stand and we could win. And you know, there's other Amazon locations in Southern California are striking. The KSPG, which is the biggest Amazon airport out here in the West Coast, they're going to go on strike eventually. I think it's either today or tomorrow, but they're going on soon too. So it's a good thing, that I'm seeing right here, But we just can't lose the fact that we try to say that we want to be bipartisan and work with as many politicians as we can. But you have to understand that you have oligarchs that are shaping our federal government. This is probably the most richest administration and cabinet that's ever been in office that's going to come in with the president elect. So you must understand that money is going to play a big factor in this, and we do not have the money. We have an oligarch that boasts that he wants to be the first trillionaire, and our DSP comrades out here in Southern California that make $21.75. They're not asking. They're not being greedy. They're not asking for much. They $21.75 to live out here in Southern California is way too high. I think they should be making $50 or probably more. Because if a UPS driver could buy a home, have some toys for them, and raise a family and provide for their family, a DSP Amazon driver should as well. I'm proud that some of my Teamster mobilized comrades have been in the picking lines. I encourage them to keep on being in those picking lines. Because our Amazon brothers and sisters, our comrades, they need us for our support, to be there with them, to stand in solidarity, shoulder to shoulder. That's what we're doing. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that Comrade Hill spoke about KCVG and VCG as well. I wish there were some other Amazon individuals that will call in, and so we could hear their stories and why they are striking, why they want to unionize.
Right.
So I want to say gracias to all of them out there, and to the mail carriers. I stand in solidarity with you. If I know about when they talk about a historic contract, so they're standing up for what they believe and what they think is dignified and respectable. To all the comrades out there, if you're close to a DSP center or DSP Amazon facility, or Amazon warehouse that's striking, I encourage you all to please join the picket line. If it's for 1 hour, that's 1 hour that those DSP drivers, Amazon workers, are going to be appreciative. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me speak. And an injury to one is an injury to all. Gracias.
All right. Thanks, Jose. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Adam, did you have any other thoughts about the mail or Amazon before we talk about the next segment?
Yeah, I appreciate the calls, and I really appreciate, what's happening with Amazon, because the strike weapon is really important. It's arguably the most important, mass tool that we have to push back against the oligarchy that Jose was describing and talking about. So to see strike action happening is always inspiring. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to take on. And, Brandon described some of the difficulties that they're encountering just, in a practical sense. To include the fierce opposition of this company. And, that's something that we're dealing with across the South in particular, but everywhere, is this fierce opposition from companies. They are willing to break the law, and that's when the law isn't already on their side. And so it's a really difficult position to be in, and the strike is going to be really, really important for us to hold on to what we have, much less actually make gains over the next few years. It's going to be really important that we can organize collectively and draw in community support, draw in cross-union support. So those were some things I heard in those calls as well that I think is important to really recognize. For these strikes to be successful, for new organizing to be successful, we have to have allies in the community. We have to have relationships in the community. and we have to have relationships with other unions, and unions have to show up for each other. That's something that doesn't always happen and hasn't always happened, and at least not in a sufficient way. But we need locals across industries really collaborating and thinking big picture. How do we grow this movement? How do we actually grow a labor movement that can win big? Because we are down to 10% density at this point. It's going to be really difficult for us to make gains and actually win for our members, win better lives for our members and their families when we're at 10% density. So utilizing the strike and investing in new organizing, I think, is going to be really critical for the days and years ahead. And I think, to do that successfully, we've got to build coalitions in the community and leverage the relationships that we have as working people in our communities, and find those leaders, find the leaders that we need to be talking to, the leaders that we need, in our committees. And so I think there's just a lot of work to be done there, but I applaud the Teamsters for taking action. It's a shame to have to strike just to get a company to follow the law. But that's where we're at in this country.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about right-wing populism. We have, Cenk Uygur is one of the hosts of the Young Turks, and he has been, I don't know that I would go so far. I'm not really familiar too much with his work. I don't watch the Young Turks very often, but he's been on something of a speaking tour, going around on some of these right-wing shows and talking about that this MAGA movement is different than the initial one, which he argued was kind of was kind of corrupted and was not actually genuinely populist. But this one was, this MAGA movement is genuinely populist, and there are going to be some bad things on social issues. But Cenk thinks that there's some real opportunity here on the economic issues to work with the Trump administration and do good things for working people. Let's listen to this clip from Cenk Uygur about new MAGA.
Before, when I battled the right wing, it was a wall, right? I'm just like, nobody's listening to one another. They're just doing talking points. I hated it. And then MAGA looked like they were 100%. I'll be honest. I mean, in 2020, I was super pissed. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to Trump supporters. All I hear is the same thing. Trump, 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 Trump. And they never waver. So what I'm saying to the left now is, no, I'm seeing something new and different here. The MAGA base has changed. Okay. That doesn't mean they don't like Trump. It doesn't mean that they're not right wing. But there is a significant portion of the MAGA base now that is, in my opinion, right wing populists who are actually anti-establishment, actually anti-corruption, actually anti-war. And what I'm trying to tell the left is, take the win. Take the win. We've been standing opposed here for 20 years, trying to cut the Pentagon, trying to be anti-war, getting money out of politics. If people say yes, for God's sake, that's our lost tribe. Those are our right-wing brother and sisters who are Americans, who are populists, who agree with us. Let's go fight the establishment together, because if we're united, they cannot stop us.
Now, I think it's difficult to kind of figure out what's going on here in his mind. I am not above working with right-wing people. I mean, people who are listening to this live and not just as a clip will have heard me talking about how much I wish I had Republican people on my union's legislative committee that we could utilize to talk about, to be able to interface with Republican legislators. And so like there's a practical level of this, but there's also a problem in kind of, I think, being too precious about what's going on here. And so I think as the transition has been moving forward, there are like two things that I can identify that are reasonably, potentially pro-worker and populist. And one of those has been Donald Trump's support of the International Longshoremen's Association. For those of you who don't know, maybe we'll break it down a little bit more in detail later on in the show. But the longshoremen went on strike for a while, about a month ago, and they did not end the strike, really. They paused it and extended their current contract for about 3 months by coming to a tentative deal on wages while they continue to negotiate over automation. And so the automation fight is not over, and this contract extension expires like January 15th or something like that. So we could very well be seeing another longshore strike. And supposedly Trump had a good conversation with the International Longshore Union. He posted on Truth Social, Donald Trump did. Just finished a meeting with the International Longshoremen's Association and its president, Harold Daggett, and executive VP, Dennis Daggett. There's been a lot of discussion having to do with automation on United States docks. I've studied automation and know just about everything there is to know about it. The amount of money saved is nowhere near the distress, hurt, and harm it causes for American workers, in this case, our longshoremen. Foreign companies have made a fortune in the U.S. by giving them access to our markets. They shouldn't be looking for every last penny, knowing how many families are hurt. They've got record profits, and I'd rather see these foreign companies spend it on the great men and women of the docks than machinery, which is expensive and which constantly have to be replaced. In the end, there's no gain for them, and I hope they will understand how important an issue this is for me. For the great privilege of accessing our markets, these foreign companies should hire our incredible American workers instead of laying them off and sending those profits back to foreign countries. It is time to put America first. Okay. So it's like, some of the rhetoric is not exactly how I would phrase it, but, the effect seems good. We'll see what he does when he's in office. He did not make a commitment not to invoke Taft-Hartley. Joe Biden did. Joe Biden said, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. Does Donald Trump believe in Taft-Hartley? Does Donald Trump believe that he should have the ability to break a strike if he wants? I don't know. He didn't say. And then the ILA said some similar things about, that Donald Trump, the meeting with Donald Trump went well. And so, look, that's fine. The labor secretary is also another one that is arguably good, although we broke down how there's earlier, a couple of weeks back, how there is, some contestation about the degree of pro-workerness from Chavez DeRemer. And so, and you can go back to and watch that clip for more on that. But those are the only two kind of unambiguously pro-worker populist things that we have seen from this Trump transition team. What else have we seen? Well, we've seen Elon Musk attack the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which, just as a very quick overview, remember, has recovered $20 billion in stolen funds in fraudulent transactions, has recovered $20 billion from companies who defrauded the American public and given it back to the American public for only $1 billion in cost of administration. And that $1 billion has not come from taxes, but rather from fines collected from some of these bad actor corporations. They have also been on the forefront of the fight against debanking of conservatives, the CFPB, and yet Elon Musk has been attacking it, trying to get it deleted. The Federal Trade Commission, headed by Lena Khan, during the Biden administration, has banned non-compete agreements, banned fake online reviews, capped the cost of inhalers at $35, blocked the largest grocery store merger in the country, forced click-to-cancel subscriptions. These are all things that they have done or are trying to do. The current, and now Lena Khan has not been reappointed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has said he will be appointing, his name is Andrew Ferguson. I believe that's his name. Andrew Ferguson has said that he wants to end he wants to end Lena Khan's anti-business agenda. He wants to reverse the ban on non-compete agreements. He opposes banning junk fees. He recently opposed an enforcement action meant to prevent systemic wage suppression for employees in the building sector. Meanwhile, he said that he will utilize the FTC to undertake a war on woke. How is that populist? What's being proposed there? On OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, Trump has floated the idea of appointing Heather McDowell, who is a former executive of Amazon, which has the highest injury rates in the warehouse industry. Approximately half of Amazon workers will undergo some sort of injury every year. Approximately 10% of Amazon workers will face injuries every year that require them to take time off of work. The Republicans in the Senate voted against reconfirming Lauren McFerrin, who has been a pro-worker board member on the National Labor Relations Board. Here's what Tommy Tuberville, a key Trump ally in the Senate and the U.S. Senator from Alabama, had to say about the relatively pro-worker, pro-union NLRB appointee Lauren McFerrin and why he voted against her.
I'll tell you how important this is. The National Labor Relations Board basically right now is controlled by the Democrats. If she had passed today, she would have kept control with the other 4 people on the board for the next 2 years. The Democrats would have controlled that. President Trump would not have had control. Joe Manchin, Krista Sinema stepped up to the plate and said, this is not right. We do not need to do this. They blocked her, and we're going to have an opportunity. This lady actually came twice, Larry, to Alabama to try to create a union at Amazon and create a union at Mercedes-Benz. She called foul on 2 elections. We had to redo them. It was a mess. She is a true socialist communist.
You back, Jacob?
Okay, are we live again? Okay. Cool. So OBS froze up, but I think we're back. And so there you go. There's Tommy Tuberville, who voted against reconfirming Lauren McFerrin, as did, let's remember, Josh Hawley and J.D. Vance. And it's just so, it's
a socialist communist, though.
A socialist
communist. A socialist communist was appointed by Joe Biden.
Right.
Can you believe that?
And let's listen to Donald Trump recently gave a speech to the New York Stock Exchange talking about how good his administration will be for the people who are at the New York Stock Exchange. And let me just tell you, those were not normal, everyday working Americans.
We're going to put it straight. We're going to give tremendous incentive like no other country has. We're cutting your taxes. We're going to cut them very substantially. We got them down to 21% from probably 42 or 44%, depending on where you are. And we got them down to 21. Everyone said that was a miracle. Now we're getting them down to 15, but only if you make your product here. Otherwise, you pay 21, which is not bad. It's in the middle of the pack. But 15 brings you down to among the lower. And
further cutting corporate tax rates. Super pro-worker populist. He is also now demurred on bringing grocery prices down, which was a key point of his campaign, talking about how he was going to rescind inflation, bring grocery prices down. And now he's talking about how, well, I like to bring them down, but it's hard to bring things down once they're up. It's very hard. So, look, I'm not convinced that this is actually, and also the important thing, part of Chink's argument is that he thinks that to the extent that they try to veer from a populist pro-worker path, the base will attack him for this. I have not heard any sustained attacks from important people among the Trump transition team about Elon Musk wanting to delete the CFPB, about Donald Trump's bad appointee for the FTC, about Donald Trump's party refusing to reconfirm Lauren McFerrin, about Trump potentially appointing an Amazon executive to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I've not heard any sustained real outcry about any of these things. And so I don't know why I would give them the benefit of the doubt. Of course, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth and refuse it if any good things come down the pike. But what are the good things coming down the pike that we're anticipating? I don't know. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating, especially as my whole shtick is that I am a class first union advocate, a unionist who puts that kind of stuff first. And I've actually been that way the whole time. For some of you who have not been longtime listeners to the program may not know that I used to be involved in the College Democrats, even as back in 2015, I was very socially conservative. I am no longer socially conservative, but I used to be. But I still thought that it was more important that we get single payer healthcare and a higher minimum wage than it was that the government enforce my personal social inclinations, which is why I get so frustrated with the supposed right-wing populists, is because you could have said that I used to be that. And, and when I was that, I felt like it was important. It was more important that people have health care. It was more important that we have a higher minimum wage. It was more important that we ensure that people have safe working conditions than it was that we banned gay marriage. Even as somebody who at the time thought we should ban gay marriage, right? I mean, so it's just so frustrating that we're seeing stuff like this. And I don't know why some people ostensibly on the left are running cover for that idea. It's
Jacob,
does not make sense to me.
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. And I think it's a matter of priorities. I don't think it's a surprise that, when they have to weigh these options, they just seem to side with the billionaire class, right? I don't think that's a coincidence. And so, rhetoric is one thing, but substance is something else. And we've seen this before. It's not new for Republicans to try to appeal to working class people through various cultural means, through various identity-based politics. And that's something that's really funny to me, is that a lot of conservatives will complain about identity politics when they've really been masters of that for a long time. It's not a coincidence that Ronald Reagan did a presidential campaign announcement speech at the Neshoba County Fair in Mississippi, miles away from lynchings during the civil rights era, right? And talked about states' rights.
Right.
Okay, that's not a coincidence, so there's been these long-standing appeals to kind of cultivate voters based on identity that both parties engage in. Something, I guess, responding to the clip directly, I make a distinction between rank and file voters and people who hold titles and influence and things like that. I'm like you. I think from a perspective of working class and class identity. And so I can engage with working class voters who vote differently than me or vote in a way I disagree with, because they're still my class siblings, right? We have so much in common. We have common enemies, whether they see that or not. And I think there's a difference there versus the actual politicians and the actual power players, in the other side, so to speak. And I take that same attitude when it comes to Democrats as well. Make no mistake, I think you have to look at folks' material interest and where their bread is buttered. And, frankly, powerful business owners and the lawyers and accountants who work for them aren't like most of us. Like, there's some basic differences there. And, you know, to get on the whole, the faux populism thing that is paraded by the right, I think it is true that obviously they have made inroads with working class communities. That's true. There are people who are working class, predominantly white, but not exclusively, particularly we saw in this recent election, you know, who are voting for Trump and voting for Republican candidates. But that's not their base.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that's not really their base. I think their base is still pretty much the small business class, you know, and I think, yeah, and it's certainly not the base of power, resources, influence in the party. I would argue both parties are very much dominated by the oligarchs. But, you know, in the Republican case, it's often much less hidden, you know, and there's no sense of shame about it. So, you know, I think it's very frustrating. Yeah, you're right, to see people sort of pander to that. You know, you gotta remind folks, and I appreciate you doing that, remind folks the actual policies and how this really impacts people. Because there's so much invested in getting people to think in these partisan mindsets and these cultural reaction mindsets and identity-based, you know, mindsets where, you know, people just aren't really, they're just thinking like more on a tribal sense. You know, this is my team and they're good and the other team is bad. And it's not helpful. It's just not helpful to think that way. And if you're like a regular ass person, like, who works for a living, why would you, you know, don't fall into that trap. There's a lot of money and resources invested in confusing us and dividing us as everyday people, and getting us to think in these kind of mindsets, these limited mindsets of partisanship and, you know, well, blue team and red team, and idolizing these politicians who don't give a damn about us. So it's very, very frustrating. I share your frustration with it. But yeah, I appreciate you, you know, doing a little breakdown on some actual substance.
Yeah. We're going to take a break and go into double overtime, where we will be immediately bringing on Brother Dave K, National Organizing Director of the American Federation of Government Employees. Really excited for that conversation. So let's take a break here and stay tuned, folks. We're going to be right back in about 3 minutes.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell. Go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a union man or a thug party
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. We are now in double overtime because last week the power went out, and so we had a squirrel chew through the power line to our studio. If you have ever heard of anything so insane. So we didn't get to talk about a lot of the stories that we wanted to talk about last week. And also, we're going to be taking the next 2 weeks off. So we said, you know what? We're going to go for an extra hour and a half at least, do a 4.5, a 5-hour show today to make sure that we've got a bunch of good stuff for you to put out over the break so that we don't leave you hanging too much. And we have been able to reschedule one of the guests that was going to come on last week, Dave K, National Organizing Director for the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, the largest federal employees union. The union that I'm a member of represents some 800,000 federal workers across the country. Dave, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Jacob. It's good to be here. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's great to have you. So I guess, because this just happened, we just went through another shutdown fight. I guess what are some of your thoughts coming off of that? And, it looks like we were able to avoid that, and the government is funded for the next 3 months again. What are some of your initial thoughts and some of the, the reaction from the union coming off of yet another seemingly meaningless shutdown fight?
I think our expectation is that we're going to be facing a lot more attacks. This was an arbitrary and functionally meaningless attack on the ability of the federal government to do its work. And it was conducted without any real concern for the welfare of the federal employees, obviously, but for the work that we do for the American people. And seeing that be interrupted or interfered with or upended is something we expect to see a lot more of in the next 4 years. When the Trump administration and the accompanying illegitimate DOJ committee say that they want to attack the work that the federal government does, it's based on, in some ways, a misunderstanding of what the federal government does, or a lack of understanding. Not understanding that there are millions of people who are regular Americans who do the work, and that it's, in essence, the notion of a presidential administration declaring war on Americans, doing work that serve regular Americans. There's an ignorance of that's fundamental to it. But I think at the same time, there's an awareness that there are things that the federal government does, like maintaining the rule of law, like making sure that our drinking water is clean and that polluters don't pollute, like making sure that the food we eat is safe and that food processors keep it clean, making sure that the manufacturing gets done in this country does so with respect for workers' rights and the environment. There's an intentional attack on those things, and the guardrails that prevented the Trump administration last time from being able to fully let loose on the interests of capital, as you would have said, which I agree with, are in some ways kept in check by the regulations that have been attacked by the stripping of Chevron deference by the Supreme Court in the last term, and by the federal servants who do the work of protecting the American people and their interests. And so we can't be caught unprepared. And this was, even before they're officially in place, an effort to disrupt the work of the government from going forward.
There is a conservative radio host in Nashville. He came from Birmingham, and that's how I knew him. And he said something on Twitter about, if the federal government ceased to function, what do you think the first thing you would notice would be? What would you miss first? How long would it take? And, so here he's making trying to make a broader point about generally the uselessness of the federal government. And he got testy he got his feelings hurt when I when I responded that it would be noticed the same hour, obviously, because we're not talking about, most shutdowns, there's typically continuing funding for some of the essential services, or there is, some provision for people to continue going to work and just on the assumption that you're going to get paid back later. But if the federal government ceased functioning, I said that would obviously be noticed the same hour. VA hospitals would close. Federal prison guards would go home. Flights would be grounded because the air traffic controllers would go home. Seniors wouldn't get their Social Security checks. Medicare stops paying hospital bills. And, that's like just the first 5 things off the top of my head. And, he got all offended. He was like, well, I don't mean what would you notice on CNN? I mean, what would affect you personally? And it's like, that's not what you wrote. But also, that would affect me personally because my grandmother is reliant on those things. And if she were to become destitute, we would have to immediately have like a big family meeting about what are we going to do with our grandmother that requires 24/7 care that we're only able to do because partly we take shifts taking care of her and partly we are able to hire help because of the support from the VA, Social Security, and Medicare, right? And so that's immediately right there a personal impact on me and everybody. And that's like 70% of what the government does is Medicare, Social Security, and the VA, right? And so these are not small things. And so it is frustrating to see this kind of attempt to paint the federal government as something that is not relevant to people's lives. And of course, there's all sorts of other stuff, like you said, keeping the tap water clean. That's not something that's going to be noticed immediately, but we'll notice it once people start dying of dysentery so corporations can make a profit again, right? And it's just so frustrating to see stuff like that. And so what are you hearing from the members whose congressional representatives are kind of going along with these outright lies on us?
Generally speaking, it's a response of anger. And one of the things that I've seen that's been heartening is in a situation where folks know that their livelihoods are under attack, where there are proposals to cut the federal service by 75%, where there are discussions about abolishing entire departments, and this is what this is how people pay their bills. This is how people take care of their families. People, I think, are also upset because there's so much The reason people work in federal jobs, in part, is because in significant part, is because they believe in the work they're doing. They really care about it. It's oftentimes less well compensated than work that gets done in the private sector.
You mean to tell me that National Labor Relations Board attorneys don't do it to get rich? Exactly.
And so seeing the work that they do and the way they support their community, the way they support their country, attacked is something people take real umbrage with. And so we've seen folks come together and talk about how they can protect themselves and the mission in a way that I think is heartening. It's what labor is about.
Right.
Having people understand their shared interest and the value of the work that they do.
There's a labor attorney who does kind of freelance stuff now, but he used to work for the National Labor Relations Board. At one point, he was fired. His name is Matt Brunig, and he does like policy analysis and stuff like that. Does a little bit of punditry on the side too. And he said that immediately when he was fired, he got corporate labor law firms, management side law firms, calling him, offering him to double his salary. Immediately after having been fired from the NLRB. And so, like, that kind of stuff, those kinds of opportunities are available to every single person that works in an agency like that protects normal working people and consumers from corporations. Every single one of those folks who work at the EPA, who work at the NLRB, who work at OSHA, could go work for a corporate law firm or some such thing for probably double the money. And they don't, because they care about the mission, like you said. And so, yeah, it's just, we could go on and on about how frustrating that is. But one of the things that is one of the things that's been going around is this these stats that they're telling people about telework. Can you tell us what folks like Joni Ernst are saying about federal workers and what the truth of the matter is?
Yeah, and there's a lot of misinformation is maybe more generous than I want to be. I think they're lying because I think they know.
Right.
There's a lot of lies being told about federal workers not doing work, and B not being in the workplace to do the work. As you mentioned, more than half of all of the workers that do the job can't do any of it remotely. If you're taking care of veterans or working in for the Department of Defense or the Coast Guard, or again, as I talked about before, inspecting meat or water, or any of the work that the over 70 agencies we represent, or the millions of federal employees, most of them do not have the option to work remotely. So when I don't know if it was generous, I want to say it was said that 6% of the federal employees show up into the office. Over 70% of the work that gets done by federal employees gets done in person. That said, there's something called the Telework Enhancement Act from 2010, which recognized that for people that have the option to do telework, for people that can work remote, is sort of a misnomer, actually, because remote means people that never work in an office, and that's less than 10% of federal employees. But for folks that can do some of the work away from the facility, they want them to, because we pay through GSA a significant amount to have a footprint of big federal office buildings. And if we can have folks working from home, they commute less, they get to spend more time and energy on their job, they tend to be happier, they tend to be more productive. And there's a wealth of research that bears this out, which is why Telework Enhancement Act says every agency has an obligation to furnish to the Office of Personnel Management a plan to decrease their footprint in in-person workspace and to allow people to work virtually more, because people do oftentimes better work, oftentimes just as good, when they don't have the additional stressors of commuting. People can spend all of their energy on the job. So it's interesting to see it misrepresented, because if you're in Congress, you're aware of this. You're the one that is in part responsible for making sure that the agencies are abiding by this mandate. And it's one of the reasons that people, I think, misrepresented is really interesting too, because we talked about how people could be making more, but there's another side to that coin that's really interesting, which is through through federal employment, there are people that have had opportunities to grow in professional class jobs that wouldn't have had otherwise. And so you look at decades and decades ago, where women were barred from professional white-collar employment or employment that had meaningful career ladder opportunities. Those opportunities were sometimes open for the first time in the federal government. The same thing for Black folks, particularly for women of color, when those two categories intersect. And you've seen people that do the work and do the work well and have flourished in the federal government, I think, be subject to some resentment by folks that would not want to see those opportunities be granted. So it's interesting, because they're opposite sides of a coin. One is that people could oftentimes be doing better otherwise, but the other is that through having a clean and merit-based bureaucracy, merit system program, folks get rewarded for the work without being discriminated against based on their gender or their race, and the ceilings are higher. They can progress based on their ability to do the job. And I think there's a little bit of resentment to that as well.
Right. Do you hear, I know that AFGE has a very robust kind of lobbying program and trying to build relationships with people in Congress. Is there any indication from the Republican caucus that they recognize that a lot of this is BS and they don't actually want to execute on it? Because I've listened to these, again, on the telework thing, I've listened to half a dozen hearings, congressional hearings on telework, expecting at least one congressperson to come to the table with at least one statistic showing that at least in one agency, federal workers have been, with the opportunity to telework more, less productive or succeeding, seeing less mission success. Every time I expected to see at least one One congressperson highlight one statistic from one agency showing that. And it has never happened. I've watched half a dozen of these things, like 12 hours of congressional hearings on telework. And none of them have brought any data about decreasing productivity. On the headcount reductions, in Huntsville, at minimum 10% of all workers in the city are directly employed by the federal government. If you saw a 50% headcount reduction, 75% headcount reduction, we would see like Great Recession level economic downturns in the city where I live. Are you seeing any indication within the Republican caucus that this is kind of BS, we're not actually going to do this, or are they buying it, or at least pretending to buy it? What are you seeing?
I think it's interesting. I got a three-part answer to that. One is when you talk about the impact that would happen to folks in this country if the administration were to deliver on its promise of cutting the federal workforce, it is an attack on the American people. Not only in that all of the millions of people who work for the federal government are Americans who are putatively people that would be get entitled to representation and advocacy from their own government. But also, again, the work that we do is so woven into the fabric of every portion of people's lives that it undergirds commerce, a social safety net, healthy food, healthy water, national security. Everything is buttressed in part by the work that the federal government does. The other thing I would say is when you see agencies talk about the work that their employees do, that federal employees do remotely, they can't but acknowledge the fact that productivity rates are as high or higher when people are working remotely, because that's what justifies the change. And it makes whatever mission it is that they have easier to do. It is hard for me to say whether or not anybody in the Republican caucus does or doesn't buy it. But here's what I will say. There are federal employees everywhere in this country. There isn't a congressional district that doesn't have a significant portion of folks that are federal employees and are members of AFGE. When you look at the CLCs and state feds that the AFL has spread out across the country, in 10 states, AFGE is the biggest labor union, because in right-to-work states, there are tons of federal employees working at military bases, working at the VA, working at HUD, working at USDA, working at GSA, and they understand the value of having a voice on the job. And so wherever there are Congress people, it's not our lobbyists that are talking. We have great lobbyists. We've got great lobbyists. We've got great lawyers. We've got great staff. I'm privileged to be one of them. But the thing that winds up making the difference, and I think the thing that's going to make a difference, is that there are Americans who are union members with our union everywhere, and they do work that, when they have conversations with their elected folks, oftentimes get seen and understood differently. If I'm a hard right Republican who imagines that, and I've heard this phrase for a long time, but heard a lot lately. Pencil pushing bureaucrats that do work that's hard for me to conceive of, with esoteric and half understood attacks on studies on the mating habits of fruit flies that winds up yielding research that winds up benefiting everybody anyway. I don't have any confusion or any abstraction when I talk to somebody who is in my district, who is a correctional officer, who I see value in the work they do, or who works in the VA and may see me and may be my doctor or my nurse, or the person that helps work in the cafeteria when I'm there. And so like I'll go to labor. I think the way that we stand the best chance of moving forward with this isn't just by having the staff drive it, but I think by having and this has been the origin of our success in the past, by having our members talk to the representatives where they are, not coming to DC. They're always welcome in DC, but by talking to them in their districts as constituents that are being impacted. And I think in that way, it's easier to cut through the incentivized attacks on the imaginary federal employees when you're talking to a real federal employee.
Right. And so, AFGE has been aggressively trying to, develop its membership over the last 3 or 4 years. This year we broke 300,000 members. And the plan is to hit 325,000 this year to try to get 25,000 new members. How did that happen? How did we hit 300,000 members?
That's a great question, and I appreciate being asked. I will say, actually, AFGE was the fastest growing large union in the country last year. And the way we do that is by the way we build real power, and it's not just a numbers game; it's a power game, as labor is when done right. We have dozens of staff and organizers, and we can't grow the union in a statistically meaningful way or in a way that yields meaningful power necessarily, without having most of the work of that growth in those conversations be distributive organizing, where it's workers talking to workers. So if we as organizers are doing our job right, we're like basketball coaches that are standing on the court trying to work ourselves out of a job by building up the workers that are doing the organizing. And so what we've had is clusters of organized workers talking to each other in agency after agency and facility after facility and shift after shift and position description after position description, talking about building power together, about the things that matter to them and getting involved. And if I were to talk to, the 3 million federal employees about the things that I think they care about, it would resonate with some of them, but certainly not all, because the things that matter to people when they're improving their material conditions are deeply personal and deeply individual. Somebody may care about a boss that is, giving all the good holiday leave to their fishing buddies. Somebody else may care about the fact that, when they try to leave their parking lot, try to leave work in their parking lot isn't sufficiently lit and it's not safe and people are falling down, getting hurt. Some people may care about the fact that they're under attack and they need job security. Everybody cares about different things. It's deeply personal. And so when we see workers having these conversations, it's completely ground up because the things that are motivating people to get involved, the things that are motivating people to join, and the things that are motivating people to move their union are all unique. They're all individual. But when they're coming together, there's enough commonality and there's enough shared interest that we're seeing real power. And as a result of that, we've seen legislative wins and contract wins that are unique. The biggest pay raise federal employees have had in 40 years across the board in recent years. For our TSA workers, the biggest raise for federal employees ever. And that's not a result of our lobbyists or our lawyers or our contract negotiators. It's a result of all the members standing shoulder to shoulder and really demanding it. And doing so in great numbers. I remember I've negotiated contracts on behalf of AFG. And I sat down once for a small unit that didn't have very much density. When I say union density, I mean out of the group of people that were eligible to be in the union, many of them weren't. They hadn't joined up, they hadn't signed up. And it's not just that they weren't paying dues, they weren't involved. And so I sit down to negotiate about a side issue, and I hand the union demands to their chief negotiator. And he looks at them and he tosses them back at me from across the table. He says, "I don't need to say yes to any of this." I said, "Why?" He goes, "Because it's what you want. The people in the union don't want it. They don't care. If they cared, they'd be members. They'd be here. But instead, I'm talking to you. So I can say no to you." And all of AFGE's growth is based on changing that model, because it's very easy to say no to me. I don't want anyone to be talking to me in the first place. Nobody should be. They should be talking to 800,000 federal employees. And that's the path that we're taking. And we're seeing, not only did we see success in the past, but facing an existential threat to the work that the federal government does, and particularly vicious attacks on their labor movement, particularly vicious attacks on their union rights, particularly vicious attacks on the rights at work, we're going to have that level of solidarity. I'm optimistic. I'm bullish on our members.
And so, what are some of the, and just to add a couple other of the recent wins from AFGE, in 2023, AFGE secured a very strong contract with the EPA, protecting scientific integrity for the workers there. Social Security Administration just got agreed to a contract extension to protect telework. And so, thinking about the next 2 or 3, 4 years, what are some of the plans that AFGE is developing with its locals, councils, and regions to protect federal workers and the public that we serve in a second Trump administration?
I can talk about some, but I think I'm better off not talking about all of them. So what I'll say is this. We know a lot of the attacks that we're going to face. There were executive orders that attacked our right to have robust collective bargaining. There were executive orders from the Trump administration last time that attacked our ability to engage in representation on the job and the scope of the things that workers were allowed to represent each other over. There were attacks on individuals that were union activists to keep them quiet and to keep them scared. And our plans are fundamentally to make sure that, to the extent that we can, our union is independent, our union is strong, and our union is plugged into the rest of the movement so that we are visible, empowered, and vocal universally. And I talked a little bit about what that looks like legislatively. It's about making sure that all of the people that are in the communities across the country where they have elected officials that have to decide on whether or not they want to attack their constituents or not, are having conversations with the people that they represent and are aware of the fact that they'd be causing harm to themselves and their communities. But from an organizing standpoint, and maybe it's because when you're an organizer, everything looks like a nail, to sort of mutilate the term. The answer is more organizing. The answer is making sure that all of the things we want to see improved are the things that our members are telling us they care about. And all the things we want to see defended are the things that our members are saying that they care about. And as a result of that, the percentage of people that show up and are willing to invest their time, energy, and themselves in having a voice and seeing improvements is a universal one. And our, in recent months, as folks have seen the attacks coming, we've had people flocking towards each other instead of running away from each other. And not just that we're growing in number, but we're growing in power, because people really understand that when it comes to protecting workers in the federal government, nobody is coming. The people that are going to protect workers in the federal government are federal workers. And we have the power to make a difference, and we have the power to defend ourselves. But we have to do it in a smart, organized, and coordinated way.
If I'm a federal employee listening to this, how do I get plugged in to my union?
That's a great question. I think the first thing you want to do is you want to go to join.afg.org. You want to check to see if you're a part of a bargaining unit that's already represented. The folks that are eligible to be in unions that are not currently is by a great degree more folks that are already represented but haven't joined as members. If you're not, feel free to reach out, and we can look into bringing you into the AFG family. I do want to say I'm not maligning other federal labor unions. Any group of workers that are standing together to have a voice are people I respect and people that are friends of mine. I'm an AFG guy, and I like to see AFG grow. I think we're great at what we do. But if you're eligible to join another bargaining unit, do it fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I am I'm pretty close with the local IFPTE president here, and we try to talk, about how our respective unions are doing, what we can learn from one another, and how we can support one another. And I think that's all really important, because ultimately it doesn't matter to me, and I think to you, what the initials of your union are, as long as you're in a union and you're part of the movement and we're all supporting each other. And so but yeah, if you're in an AFGE unit, you should join AFGE. So join.afge.org.
Yes,
so
sir.
Dave Can, is there anything else that you wanted to make sure that you shared with us before we let you go?
I want to thank you for what you do. I got to listen to the tail end of the previous segment, and I think one of the things that's difficult now is there is so much energy and money and time invested in making sure that people aren't talking about representing their own interests as workers and not having a voice on the job. And everybody that's devoting the energy and time to making sure that we're talking about the things that matter to folks and that they're having power at work and power as individuals and power as a class is doing God's work. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Dave Can, National Organizing Director, American Federation of Government Employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have also, Adam, was there anything else that you wanted to add on the federal government stuff before we hopped back on to Amazon? We're going to play our clip that we recorded yesterday with Alex Press talking about the Amazon strike. But was there anything that you wanted to say about that before we moved on?
No, just I really enjoyed that, and I appreciate Dave's leadership.
Yeah, appreciate his leadership and his willingness to come on the show. It's going to be a long 4 years, I think.
But lots of opportunities to organize, lots of organizing opportunities, lots of opportunities to grow density. So that's what I want to see.
Absolutely. So the Teamsters at Amazon continue to build momentum. We just heard from a Teamster at Amazon in Kentucky. They're organizing more locations, and they have begun a strike here leading up to Christmas. And just a couple of weeks ago now, we got more Southern Amazon Teamsters when Amazon workers organized with the Teamsters in Atlanta. Let's listen to them as they announced their unionization.
Becoming a Teamster at Amazon is important to me because it shows me that I've got hundreds of thousands of other people backing me.
We just marched inside of our Amazon warehouse.
We're making billions for a corporation that has a hard time providing us enough on our paychecks to be able to make ends meet.
We just marched on the bus. We demand better pay and real job security.
The safety.
What gets me excited about joining the Teamsters is solidarity.
Brothers and sisters in the Teamsters Union.
See people get together and create a bond.
Amazon workers in Atlanta are ready to see that change. Glad to do this work with them, stand together, and actually make shit happen.
Very exciting news also comes again as workers have begun a strike at Amazon across the country. Yesterday, we talked to award-winning labor journalist, staff writer for Jacobin Magazine, Alex Press, about the strike. Let's play that interview.
Becoming a Teamster at Amazon is important to me because it shows...
All right, folks, you're still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am here with Adam Keller, as always, and joining us today is Alex Press, award-winning journalist and staff writer at Jacobin Magazine. Alex, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, always happy to come on.
So, we wanted to talk to you today about the big Amazon news. Amazon, Teamsters at Amazon have started a nationwide strike. They've unionized 10 facilities. 7 of them are part of the strike, and they're extending pickets all across the country. I actually, not long ago, as we are recording this, got back from a picket right here in Huntsville. And so I guess just as as an overview, can you remind people why the Teamsters are striking Amazon right now?
Yeah, so the Teamsters have launched a campaign to organize Amazon. They did this in earnest a couple years ago. 5-10 years ago, there were no efforts to organize Amazon. There were, of course, a few workers here and there who, as any workers anywhere will do, were organizing because the conditions were dire there. But there were no big institutional unions, no media fanfare about organizing. Obviously, jump to today, there are many kind of campaigns. You're constantly hearing about this, whether it's the Amazon Labor Union that organized JFK 8 in Staten Island, the first Amazon warehouse to organize in the United States. There are other efforts. Some have failed, some have not. The Teamsters have gotten these 10 facilities. Now, most of these facilities, the workers who are organizing with the Teamsters are drivers. So without getting way too boring, they are technically not Amazon employees, right? They work for delivery service partners, DSPs, as Amazon calls them. So their paychecks are not signed by Amazon. Thus, Amazon says, hey, we have nothing to do with this. Go bargain with your boss, which is these small companies that, the workers say, hey, look, these companies exist entirely to service you. You make the rules, you set the pace, you set the wages. And, you can ask a boss of a DSP, they'll say the same thing, that they are, they have no bargaining power compared to Amazon. So the workers, the Teamsters all say, Amazon is a joint employer is the term, that Amazon has the legal kind of duty to sit down with these workers and bargain. Amazon's disputing this. The Teamsters gave a deadline, bargain with these workers by December 15th, or we're striking. Obviously, that date has passed. So there are now these workers striking at 7 facilities, as you said.
Interestingly, we'll talk about the arrests momentarily in New York, but one of the interviews that Tony Rosario gave from Teamsters Local 804, he mentioned that under CMEX, if a group of employees petition for union recognition claiming that they represent a majority of the employees there, that the company must then either voluntarily recognize or request a union election within 10 days with the NLRB.
Well, the workers here are organizing. They reach majority recognition. All these people right here, they all fought for this. Amazon is saying this isn't happening. Amazon says that we have not reached majority recognition. We filed with the NLRB, we proved it, okay? And at the end of the day, they should be recognizing us. Under CEMEX, Amazon had 2 weeks to call for an election, they did not. This is a union building. They should be negotiating in good faith with these workers at the bargaining table. They refuse to. So we're gonna continue to exercise our rights. Right now, what the cops are doing is unlawful, and I was unlawfully arrested. We were being compliant with the police officers, totally compliant.
They wrongly arrested you.
We were letting the trucks out every 2 to 3 minutes. As we said, one truck would come out every 2 to 3 minutes. They started to set up police barricades. They started to set up police officers. They wanted to let out more than one truck. I continued to walk to use my right. They said I was blocking. I was not blocking. I continued to walk, and I told them the 2 to 3 minutes aren't up.
And apparently, at several of these DSPs that they've recently announced that they're unionizing with the Teamsters, neither the DSP nor Amazon have requested an election from the NLRB, and so therefore these facilities are officially union shops now, right? Am I getting that the legal part of that right?
That's my understanding of it. And, caveat is I am not a labor lawyer. These things are complicated, though. It's funny that Rosario mentioned this. I remember I did an end of the year interview with Rosario at the end of last year. And he was like, you got to pay attention to CMEX. It's going to be important for us with Amazon. So
Yeah.
I imagine that's part of the Teamsters strategy. Though Amazon, for its part, just isn't going to bargain with anybody, right? They will not do it unless forced. I've been saying this a lot over the past 24 hours is, Amazon's disputing that they have to bargain with these workers. They're disputing that their employer, they keep saying, this is an illegal strike. They also aren't bargaining with JFK 8, the workers who now are Teamster affiliated, they're local 1 of the IBT. And those workers, there's no dispute that they are employees. Amazon doesn't dispute that. They're warehouse workers. They're not drivers. They unionized May 1st, 2022. Amazon hasn't even recognized the union, much less sat down to bargain. So it's very hard to kind of take seriously and in good faith, anything Amazon executives do, but certainly the claim that actually they just really believe these are not employees. I think they just really don't want anyone to have a say over their profit model, and certainly not their employees.
The from Amazon's point of view, my assumption is that Amazon doesn't want to request a union election at these DSPs, because then that would be kind of a tacit admission that we are in fact joint employers, right? And the DSPs, I guess, don't care enough to why do you think the DSPs are not requesting an election?
I feel like this is something that I would really just be speculating. I would say, though, that yet another complication here is, and you certainly know this, I'm sure, Jacob, Amazon's response when these DSPs organize, when the workers organize, has been to fail to renew the contract, right? So to basically cut the contract. So that happened first in Palmdale, California. Some 84 drivers there organized, and Amazon said, well, actually, that DSP had really poor performance. We've declined to renew the contract. Of course, the owner itself of the DSP in that case actually had said, I'm fine. I recognize the union. That's fine. These workers do need better conditions, and more bargaining power for them is probably good for me, too. Now in Skokie, Illinois, which is a location that's on strike right now, a similar thing is underway. Those workers at DSP started organizing a few months ago. Amazon once again declined to renew a contract. That DSP was very high performing, so it's harder to make the argument, but Amazon can just do it. They can, it's their purview, their business model, their choices. So that is another complication, and it's certainly something that I imagine is weighing in as far as how DSP owners are dealing with this.
Right. And so I mentioned that I wanted to get to the arrests, and part of the reason I think ostensibly for the arrest is what Amazon is saying, that this is a quote unquote illegal strike. Now, how do you have any idea what they're, because I read that just before we started this interview, and in these times that they were telling in these times that their position on this is that it's an illegal strike. And now how private sector workers have a right to strike in this country. On what basis, even if these employees were not union, they have a right to strike? What is the basis for saying this is illegal, what they're doing?
I have no idea. I mean, you'd have to ask Amazon. Maybe they're saying they have, they would acknowledge they have a right to strike, but shouldn't they be striking outside of the DSP's office or whatever, rather than outside of the warehouse? I mean, that is all one thing. What was going on with the cops, which again is not the most important story. The strike is the most important story. That said, New York was crazy yesterday. Was the police were, there was no basis for some of these arrests. It was basically being said, either you open lanes for Amazon drivers to continue to be able to do their job and exit. Many drivers were still at work. So either you give up on the picket line, or we're just going to arrest all of you. Like, that was just being said by police officers to union members, to union leaders, to local leaders. Even though everyone was on the sidewalk, there were points when they were doing the automated, if you are in the street, you'll be arrested, even as they sort of pushed people in the street. Like, there was just, it was very funny, the images of these workers were holding signs saying, obey the law to Amazon, which is breaking the law.
Right.
NYPD was also breaking the law and violating, First Amendment rights, collective bargaining rights, all of these things. And yet the only people arrested here were Antonio Rosario. And as the kind of images were quite prominently seen, this driver who decided to join the strike, he also was arrested for doing so.
Yeah, and we'll play some of the videos, I think, both from you and from Luis Leon from Labor Notes, who wrote the article for In These Times. We'll intersperse some of those videos in this interview when it plays. But what happened with the Amazon driver who was arrested? Walk us through that.
Yeah, so it's funny. This strike started at 6 a.m, so my sense of what time it would have been is actually pretty bad. Maybe 8:30 a.m. During this picket, as I said, many drivers are not members of the union yet, right? They haven't been reached. These are big facilities. Many workers, I will say, they just don't even know what a union is yet. We're still, it's a work in progress. So drivers were, every few minutes, what the NYPD basically had said was like, you have to let a vehicle through every few minutes, which is far less of a volume than that facility normally has, but is, obviously not a full picket. So the members of the picket line were doing that. But with every driver that would be waiting for their, after 2 minutes to cross onto their route, the picketers would be talking to them, giving them literature, and people would be chanting and saying, put it in park, right? Join the picket. And this driver, and I don't want to get his name wrong. Where is it? That you mentioned. Oh no, I can't find it. This driver basically decided to do that. Everyone cheered. There was a lot of discussion. I couldn't hear what he was saying to the picketers. Apparently he was saying to the police, like, the police were trying to get him to start driving again. He was saying, there's people around me, I can't do that. Eventually he stands up and tries to get out of the cab of the van. The police first push him back inside, and people were saying that they even tried to put his seatbelt back on him, which is really an egregious, like, shut up and drive kind of act. And then he refused, and the police arrested him. People pleaded with them to let him go, but they booked him. He was given, a desk appearance after he was freed, and he went right back to the picket line. He made a little speech. He actually said that he supported the union and had forgotten the strike was starting yesterday. And that when he saw the picket line, he was like, just trying to figure out, was he going to be able to join it, or was it going to be more trouble, because it was a chaotic scene. So he said, they'll be seeing a lot more of me now, because he'll be out on the picket line every day. So he got a warm welcome from the picketers when he came back from jail.
Yeah, I think that would happen if you get arrested on a picket line and you can come back. You'll get a warm welcome.
Back.
Joe Gernson Cardenas. Joe Gernson Cardenas was his name. But yeah, I mean, that is just incredibly egregious behavior from the cops, and difficult to understand the justification. And of course, we know, that this is like what cops do, but there are a lot of people who kind of don't really conceive of cops as primarily protectors of capital and not really protectors of the peace or whatever. But sure. Was there any conversation on the picket line, about the cops' behavior, or even maybe conversation with the cops who are members ostensibly of a union themselves, right? Was there any any people like, oh wow, that's weird. Why are they? I thought they were protecting me. Was there any of those conversations happening?
I think there were probably a lot of those conversations. As you know, Jacob, you can't hear every conversation happening on a picket line. The police behavior was so extreme that I think, there were certain points where I almost felt bad that the focus was now just entirely on the police rather than on Amazon. So if that goes to say anything, it's that probably everyone was discussing this. I mean, as you said, me and that this is often, workers often meet police as at least as I often say, when you meet cops on a picket line, they're facing you, right? They are not in the labor movement. There are obstacles to it. But, in this case, even I was a little shocked. There are photos, maybe you'll show them. I took one. The cops are linking arms and like to protect the vehicle from the picket. It was so a blatant, yes, cops are just, it's important that capital flows. It was like, this can't be good from a kind of plausible deniability perspective for the cops and for Amazon. The joke now goes, I have an article coming out now, but my friend who's an organizer with the Teamsters, we were joking about that now the NYPD should be considered third-party contractors too, if the drivers are going to be considered that as well, because they're just working straight for Amazon. So,
right.
Yeah. So I'm sure there were discussions of that. There's still ongoing things. Sean O'Brien himself, we don't have to get into in this conversation. He felt the need to put a statement out saying, he doesn't blame the rank and file cops, but certainly the top brass are no different than Amazon. So this is something that was, so crazy that I think everybody has to talk about it in varying ways.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it didn't seem like they were too conflicted about what they were doing from the videos. They seemed pretty comfortable to me, but
they seem comfortable to me too.
Yeah. And so I guess, refocusing on the strike and the organization of Amazon as an entity to close out this conversation. I mean, what are what are some of the next steps, I guess, for Amazon? Well, before we talk about next steps, I guess let's talk about the year and Amazon organizing, because really, there was that JFK 8 organized a couple of years back, and there was some hope maybe that there would be an avalanche, a snowball effect, kind of like happened at Starbucks, and that just didn't really materialize basically until ALU affiliated with the Teamsters. And now, within 1 year, there have been, half a dozen other places unionized with the Teamsters. And so, how did that, as you're seeing it and reporting on it nationally, how did that materialize? How did those gains happen? And how do you feel about the progress that the Teamsters have made in the organization of Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes use the word contagion, right? And certainly it didn't spread like Starbucks spread. But I think there's a broader story about the whole American working class. I mean, we hear that and I hear it all the time. I'm sure you hear it from your friends, and even, where you are in a fairly anti-union area, you probably hear this occasionally. People are pro-union now. People want unions. The kids all seem to want a union. Things like this, like, why am I reading about a union in the news? I thought those things didn't exist anymore. I think this is part of that. There's been a pandemic shift where conditions got worse. Workers relied on each other. That led to some of this energy from below to organize. Things actually got just materially worse at places like Amazon, right? People were dying in these warehouses from COVID. People were overworked, mandatory overtime, things like this. You can't really put that energy back in the bottle, even if conditions kind of go back to how they were. So I think that was part of it. But, you can't discount that there were, there are individual people making efforts here. At labor notes, for the past several labor notes, there have been kind of private sessions where Amazon workers from all of these different efforts get in the same room for like 5 hours and talk and strategize and share experiences. Labor Notes obviously is an institution that focuses on building those kind of ties and sharing that experience. Workers also are just doing it themselves, right? I mean, I often ask them, are you in touch with this other effort? Are you in touch with this person? They all have each other's numbers. They're all kind of sharing experiences, not only strategy, but what to expect from the boss. Because again, they share an employer, even if their contexts are very different. And so I would say those efforts, are slowly starting to pay off. You add in the Teamsters resources and you start to see a little more momentum. I think that everyone has a long way to go. The Teamsters certainly have a long way to go. But that's not really a surprise to me, I think, as kind of, it's easy to bash efforts because this is like 1% of all Amazon facilities, and it's not even every worker in that facility. But again, having been here for 10 years, I'm like, well, at least, it is more than it was. And people are taking it seriously now. So let's see what is coming down the pike. So I don't know what the future holds. But certainly I think, Amazon, it's important to take a step back and think, like, Amazon has reshaped the entire country. Like, it's reshaped it economically. It's trapped people, not just Amazon workers, but all kinds of people into the bottom rung of the labor market through economic reshuffling of the geography of America. It's shaped it culturally. It's shaped it politically. And there is no other way to start pushing back on that than through these efforts. And so in that sense, I think they are worth paying the attention that we pay to them. And certainly I hope that, the coming days see, many more drivers like the one that joined that strike in Queens yesterday. But also just, there are many Amazon workers on the sidelines right now who are looking at the union movement and saying, is this a viable answer to my issues at work? And it's been an open question. Unions haven't been there for them in the past. And so my hope is that, having the Teamsters be a part of this might actually make this a more viable solution.
What do you see as some of the next steps? And do you think that the Trump administration is going to be a damper on the organization of Amazon? I mean, I know that, Sean O'Brien thinks that he's got a buddy in Donald Trump. And so, what are some of the next steps that need to happen, and what effect, if any, is the Trump administration going to have on that as you see it?
I mean, Jacob, I'm as curious as what you think the next steps are as anyone, because I mean, as we know, nobody knows. As far as the second part of that question, it's interesting, and I've put this question to Sean myself in the past couple of days. We know not just Trump is anti-worker, but, in a very concrete sense, the NLRB is going to be majority like employer side lawyers and anti-worker much more than it's been. It's been very good under Abruzzo, given its extremely limited role in finances. And part of what these workers are relying on as far as the legal side of things, which we know is not everything, you win a union by acting like a union, regardless of what the courts say. That said, the legal side turns upon this joint employer status. You certainly are not going to have a Trump NLRB, ruling that Amazon is a joint employer with these drivers. You're going to see a much more conservative, much more anti-worker NLRB. So what the logic of Sean O'Brien is with this support, it's a question to ask him. I imagine it's, this idea that the right is ascendant and you have to, it's better to make friends than to make enemies with the people in power. I think that's a disputable way of looking at things. But I think things are going to get harder under Trump. Whether that opens up space for people to be more creative, on the rank and file side, it might. People less constrained by the law also are freer to experiment. And so, we'll see as far as that goes. But, the next steps concretely for what these drivers need to do, I wouldn't deign to say, I think there's still conversations being had internally among these drivers and certainly within the Teamsters as well.
Alex Press, award-winning journalist at Jacobin Magazine. Thank you so much for breaking down the Amazon situation for us. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yep. And just as one more illustration of, somebody asked earlier why Amazon workers are striking, why Amazon Teamsters are striking. And, I mentioned that the strike is over Amazon's failure to bargain with the union. But also, they do have economic demands that they are going to be bringing to the table once Amazon comes to the table. But the Teamsters have put out some information about the conditions that Amazon workers work in. 56% of workers at Amazon have had problems paying their bills. 53% experience food insecurity, and 48% experience housing insecurity. And so the idea that we're talking about the biggest, most profitable, one of the most profitable companies in the world, and their workers have those kinds of conditions is really just frankly unacceptable. And there's this clip that More Perfect Union put out that's a really good illustration of why you should be on the side of Amazon workers. This is a clip taken in a Blue Origin facility, but it was of a Blue Origin worker talking to Jeff Bezos as he walks through the facility. And the real revelatory stuff is going to be on the screen. So after the clip is done playing, I'll share with you what you missed if you were listening to us audio only. But let's play this clip of, frankly, this kind of loser fella talking to Jeff Bezos. All right, so I don't know. Okay, there's no audio on that clip, so they didn't hear that. Okay, well, sorry about that, guys. We'll put it in the clip when we clip it up, when we break it up. But so this guy was talking to Bezos, and he was like, "Oh, this is such a great place to work. I love you so much, Mr. Bezos. Your shoes look very nice. I'm so happy to be here. Really, really excited to be here, Mr. Bezos." And by the end of their conversation, which lasted approximately 30 seconds, this guy has made about 49 cents, and Bezos has made $14,000 in 30 seconds. If you bring down how much each of them make, how much you make per second, after 30 seconds is over, this worker guy has made about 49.50 cents, and Jeff Bezos has made 14,000. That is why you should support these Amazon workers as they're on strike, and workers at Blue Origin should also unionize and should also take more of the value that they create from the leeches at the top, like Jeff Bezos and the other shareholders at Amazon. I don't know, Adam, if you had anything else to add to that, but is Adam still on the... I don't know if we lost Adam.
No, I'm on here. I don't know if
Oh,
y'all can
okay.
still hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. No, I had nothing to add. I'm good. Yeah, I don't want to say what I think about Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
I probably should keep that off the air just for, legal
Yeah.
reasons.
Right, of course. So there you go. There's another big strike happening nationwide. Starbucks workers are striking nationwide. They are adopting the UAW's tactic of spreading their strike, starting in a few locations and spreading it across the country. They started at Seattle and Los Angeles and a couple of other places, maybe New York, and going to be extending it, I think, to most union Starbucks by Christmas Eve. I know here the nearest union Starbucks to me is in Scottsboro. They will be striking on Christmas Eve. I plan to be down there on the picket line at least for a little bit, hang out with them. And so don't buy Starbucks from now through Christmas Eve at the very least. And if there's a union Starbucks near you, if there's a striking Starbucks near you, then try to go to the picket line and hang out with them and lend them your support. They have had a few wins recently, including winning 18 weeks of paid leave. That's something that the union has been asking for at the bargaining table, and the company just announced that they are rolling out this policy at all stores nationwide. Of course, they are not crediting the union for this new move, but of course, we know that it was obviously the pressure from the union, and now everybody is going to be able to benefit from it. All the more reason for the non-union stores, the remaining non-union stores, to become union, so that you can be a part of putting the pressure on Amazon for things like 18 weeks of paid leave and more. The union said that Starbucks promised a contract by the end of the year, and obviously they still do not have one, which is why they decided to go on strike now. They're fighting for lots of things at the bargaining table. Fighting against lots of systemic problems at Starbucks, like short staffing and unpredictable scheduling, low wages, unaffordable health care, harassment, broken equipment, and unfair discipline. They have proposals around the right to organize, a strong foundation of rights, health and safety, wages and pay, no reductions, high-quality health care, guaranteed and consistent schedules, expanded leave of absences, opportunities and paid time off, and immediate access to withheld benefits. So let's go through those really quickly. On the right to organize, they say that this demand protects all of us against the illegal union busting that Starbucks is waging on partners across the United States today. The National Labor Relations Board is already taking steps to enforce the law on our behalf, and we call on Starbucks to immediately halt all interference and intimidation and agree to a fair process for union votes. When we secure fair election principles as part of our contract with Starbucks, the company will be held to an ethical code of conduct designed to safeguard the organizing process. This will allow partners at not yet union stores across the country to join our union quickly and freely without reprisals. Continuing to grow our union through new organizing means that we'll keep building the power we need to make further improvements in our stores across the country. They want a strong foundation of rights, specifically just cause. They want discipline and discharge for fair cause only. This protects workers against unjust discipline, and they want a grievance procedure to allow a legal process and a neutral decision maker to fight back when disputes arise. They want seniority rights to protect against favoritism and establish a fair process in scheduling, vacations, and more. They have some health and safety things. They want a strong commitment to racial justice, including protections against racial harassment and bigotry from customers. They want zero tolerance of sexual harassment and a process to fix safety issues at our stores through a joint safety committee of workers and managers. They want a $20 an hour minimum wage and a base wage for shift supervisors of $25.40 an hour. They want strong annual raises of 5% and cost of living adjustments and more. They want high-quality health care, 100% employer paid with copays capped at $10. And more, and they want extended leaves of absences and vacation time, at least 10 holidays, and 13 paid sick days per year. So all really good things, all very reasonable. And we're looking forward to being on the picket line with them here soon and supporting them. So there you go. We've got a couple other stories, but we do have a caller on the line. This caller is from a 647 area code. 647 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Quirky Geek Girl from Toronto. How you doing?
Toronto. Quirky Geek Girl. Yeah, thanks for calling in. What's on your mind?
Just the rundown of the Starbucks strike. They're, getting the maternity or pat leave. I guess I don't know what they're really calling it right now, but that's a really important thing that I think more unions should be fighting for, because then maybe it will become a national incentive, like not just for unions. That is how we got parental leave here in Canada, through the Postal Worker Union, was the first one to nationalize it across the country, and that was back in 1981. And it quickly spread across the country, and now it's just part of everyday life.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the, a lot of benefits, like minimum wages, like the pensions. I believe the first pension was at union workplaces, paid leave generally, an 8-hour workday. All of these, generally speaking, originated as demands of the labor movement. And so in the same way that, the union Starbucks workers have been able to secure parental leave for Starbucks workers company-wide, they're also, like you say, going to be part of a movement to institute finally at some point, Lord willing, parental leave nationwide at all employers for all workers in the United States.
Yeah. And just one quick little update with the postal union strike up here is the big difference from the previous one is it was a back to work order, which they are taking to the courts, which who knows what will happen with that. Thankfully, our Supreme Court is a nonpartisan body and tend to actually push back against government legislation like that. But they extended the contract till like mid-May. And so if they go on strike again in May, there's no reason for them to bargain. Like the big problem is the post office just doesn't bargain with the union. They just let the time clock out until like everybody's like public support drops, and then they get the government to order them back to work. So really since like 2011, their last strike, like they've had other strikes before that keep ending in binding arbitration. And so they really haven't had good raises or anything like that in 14 years.
Right.
So it's just gross that they keep relying on the government to force them back to work, even though they have a right to strike, but the company won't bargain with them. And, they could do a wildcat strike. I would tell them to do it in April, but the fines for it are so atrocious, no one wants to do it. So,
right. Yeah.
But,
very difficult to carry out illegal strikes.
It's $1,000 a day for postal workers and $10,000 a day for executives. So it would be pricey for them to do a wildcat strike.
Right.
For sure.
Well, thanks for the update. I appreciate it.
Other than that, Merry Christmas and great show.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
All right, we're going to be wrapping up here soon. I have one more thing at least. I had about a half a dozen other stories that I had prepped for, but let's just do this one more and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. We'll wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I want to talk to y'all some more about my U.S. Senator Tommy Tuberville talking about Social Security. And this is another thing that really, really grinds my gears, gets my goat. Yeah, it grinds my goat. I'm going to start saying that. And it's like, because there's all this fear-mongering about Social Security, and much like the overtime tax cut, in Alabama, we've eliminated the overtime tax we've eliminated the income tax on overtime wages. And so there's some people that are saying, oh, we need the money. We need to reinstate this. And instead of looking at the wealthy and saying, let's just take some money from the wealthy, that's not what happens. The people who are fear-mongering about Social Security do not say, let's take some money from the wealthy to make sure that poor grandmothers have enough money. They don't do that. They say we should give the poor grandmothers less money. That's ultimately what they end up advocating for. But let's listen to some of this fear-mongering from Tuberville about Social Security.
Since being signed into law in the 1930s by President Roosevelt, Americans' money has been going in the front door of the federal government and then out the back door. It's a big Ponzi scheme, and everyone is forced to participate in it. You have no choice. It doesn't matter if you're 16 or 76. A little over 6% of your paycheck is taken out to pay for this retirement.
And it's just like, yeah, that's what it's called, being in a society, folks. That's called being in a society. Let's listen to this second clip about him saying, oh, it's going to be so sad for these poor people that we're going to take all of their benefits from.
We've got people that are getting ready to retire in this country that are going to try to live off $2,000 a month after paying Social Security all their life.
Yeah.
In this day and age, $2,000, it's impossible to live off of. Totally impossible. We'd better start figuring this problem out, because one of these days, millions of people are going to come to D.C. and say, where is my money? And I don't blame them.
And so what are you going to say when they get to D.C., Tuberville, when they say, where is my money? Are you going to support the other people in your party who say, we're actually going to be taking more money from you? Thanks for asking. Here is a congressperson who is on the Doge committee, asked by Social Security Works if he supports cuts to Social Security. Listen to this.
We're going to just keep asking members of the caucus as they come in, sir, can we get a pledge to stand with President Trump against cuts to Social Security and Medicare benefits?
I think, you know what, when we look to reduce our national debt, I think these should be on the table.
Okay.
You know, so I am a strong advocate of discussing this and reevaluating them. And I do believe at the end of the day, there will be some cuts.
There are cuts to Social Security and Medicare.
Yes.
And that's on the table in the Doge caucus right now.
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay. Thank you so much. So there you have a member of the Doge committee, the Doge caucus, fully supporting cuts to Social Security and Medicare, ignoring the president. Sir, I was hoping we could get a pledge to stand with President Trump against cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Hi. Sir, I was hoping we could get a pledge to stand with President Trump against cuts to Social Security and Medicare.
No, we don't get that. And I really like his framing, because Donald Trump has supposedly opposed cuts in the past, even though he has also in the past supported cuts to these programs. But that's really great framing from those folks there. And it's just insane that we're making all of these arguments about, oh, Social Security, it needs more money, it needs more money. All you have to do to save Social Security is remove the cap on the Social Security tax. Because right now, everybody is taxed something like 6% on your income to pay into Social Security, but only up until, what, $250,000? That means every dollar over $250,000 or whatever it is not taxed for Social Security. If you eliminate that cap, Social Security is solvent until I'm dead and until my children are either dead or long retired. for something like 75, 80 years. And that is if you expand Social Security. If you make the Social Security benefits more generous, it lasts that long, right? But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about raising the retirement ages. They're talking about taking cuts from grandmothers. They're talking about eliminating it or privatizing it altogether. And so again, here we have again the farcity of this right-wing populism, because this right-wing populism is supposedly being led by Elon Musk. This is his committee, the Doge Committee. And we've got people going in proudly saying, at the end of the day, we reckon there need to be cuts to Social Security. Folks should not accept that. Folks should not accept that. I don't know, Adam, is Adam still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to say something that Tuberville said was that it was really hard to live on $2,000 a month. Like, it was pretty much impossible, right? So does he support the labor movement's call to raise the minimum wage? Does he support the labor movement's organizing at companies like Amazon and Starbucks to raise wages to a living wage? Just wondering, because I don't think he does, based on his rhetoric. So,
yeah, he does not. He has opposed union efforts in the state of Alabama, and remember, he called the NLRB socialist communist. It's just it's so frustrating, the farcity of it, and that we have to live in a world with people who pretend that it's serious. And these are the people that are leading our government. Very, very, very disheartening. But also lots of, we just went through a lot of good news too. Amazon workers striking, Starbucks workers striking, building worker power. So lots of things to look forward to in the new year. We appreciate everybody staying tuned, staying with us. Been almost a 5-hour show. I'm very tired and very hungry. So I'm going to go and get some lunch at 2:30. 2 in the afternoon. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Adam, do you have any last words before we wrap up and head into Christmas break?
just that I really appreciate everybody who's been tuning in today and throughout the year. You've helped make this project grow, and we're on 4 radio stations across 3 states. We're looking to expand that next year. We have top 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're over 11,000 now. And we've just continued to see the audience grow, and we really appreciate that, and love the engagement. You know, the people who talk to us in the chat, the people who call in, the people who leave voicemails. We try to be a platform for everyday working people because we don't have a lot of platforms out there. And if you like what we're doing, chip in however you can. You know, if you've got some spare change to donate, of course, that's really appreciated. It does take money to operate this show. But beyond that, really just spreading the word and talking to your coworkers, talking to your union members about this show and this project, what we're trying to do. If you know any radio stations in your community that might be interested in airing the program, particularly community radio stations, we'd love to partner with them. So yeah, just really appreciate all the support. You've really helped spread the message this year. And, you know, that's what it's all about, is just empowering working people to take our destiny into our own hands and to organize for a better life and a better future. So thanks for all the support, everybody. And thanks for all the hard work of the crew and the team. And you, Jacob, appreciate everybody's support.
We'll see y'all in 2025.